My sheet is
Get my
up.
sheet up.
Oh, never mind. It just crashed.
I got my sheet up now, so.
What the hell?
Does pumpkin pie scream when you eat it?
Only if you're lucky.
What
was that lucky?
That would be weird.
Tonight we get lucky?
I guess that depends on the context.
Yeah?
Also,
hello, everybody. Welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern tonight. Hopefully Mongo's done his actual fucking job and got rid of the gremlins. Stop feeding them after midnight.
Thanks for taking the fall from me there, buddy.
You owe me, bitch.
I've sent messages to both of you guys. Also, we're opening our doors for tonight's tavern session, and we're going to jump into this after we do, nonsensical recapping. Our announcements for tonight are... how many degrees are you from Kevin Bacon? No, actually, our announcements for tonight is we're on the 46th episode tonight. And...
45.
Huh?
I thought it was 45 only.
I think we're on 46.
No, I changed it to 45. Did you change it to 46?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Well, you broke it.
I didn't break
That's
it.
just another thing for me to fix.
You done did it.
I erased the content and changed the date.
You done diddly goofed.
Anyway, we're getting close to the dice giveaway, and there's been some fun results as far as data goes on that. But yeah, it's still going live. If you follow us on Twitter, like us, subscribe, retweet, pray to Elon Musk so that we don't get shadow banned. Outside of that, join us on Discord. We have weekly discussions regarding the previous session and a bunch of insight into the brain over here that is the GM, unfortunately.
And a bunch of random crap that the rest of us post.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of random stuff.
Definitely.
I think she actually posted over here a horse dressed as Jason Voorhees stalking their rider.
That's funny.
Which is completely on brand.
Plenty of memes that get posted too sometimes.
Oh, the memes never stop.
Oh,
Yeah, no.
Unfortunately.
No.
What do you
It
mean,
never
unfortunately? You know
stops.
you love them.
So, we're going to go ahead and choose violence, which is a penguin that is also a barbarian.
I love this.
Okay.
It has flight or flight. It can't fly, so it's going to fight. So we're going to go ahead and jump into the recap. And we're going to start with Mare.
Well, essentially, we use the Aboleth to travel upriver a little bit. Saw a what seemed to be an currently unused alcove that was used for stocking goods for seafarers and things of that nature.
Predominantly, it was pirates,
Yeah.
and not the Jack Sparrow kind.
There were traps there that related to explosives, which got the immediate interest of Hughes, who was all grabby hands at everything. Managed to get a few of the TNT sticks for him to enjoy. Spent some time just looking around, and most of the time just waiting to leave, essentially. Was given a cavefish as a dinner by Red, so that was great.
Everyone's favorite thing is baby birded by the actual birds, especially Mongo and Scabbard.
I tell you, I'm glad Nikolai ate something first thing in the morning. That would have sucked.
Dude, you could have drowned.
Also, found out that I would not be able to re-summon the Aboleth at any point, given the rarity of the creature. And also got to see the lovely story of how the skeleton in a chest died. not too happy about that.
I don't think many people were. I don't think anyone was.
Oh, yeah. Infamous last words. Are you sure you guys wanted to identify?
Not like we wouldn't.
Yeah. Apparently we enjoy punishment.
Yeah.
Man, maybe I should just rename the tavern. Move the stage from the upper floor to the bottom floor. Anything else?
Oh, there we go. Character sheets are active.
This was a you problem.
Not really much. To be honest, outside Humphrey wanting to be on my head,
That was a little weird.
did give me a memory, a fond memory of my mother and Mongo's mother speaking together.
And Mongo's rather sour about that because Mongo's like, that's not fair.
But Cayenne would definitely be sharing that little tidbit with Mongo for sure, because she knows it would make him happy to know that my mom and his mom were thicker than thieves, kinda. Just a little guesstimation on their tone with each other.
Yeah.
They were actually really good friends. They were just kind of, what's the phrase
Annoying
for it?
little sister to big sister.
I mean, when you're dealing with Munchkin Tabaxis, which you have experience with at this point,
Feel called out.
you know what it's like to deal with the little short ones running around and causing mischief all the time. Just imagine the pain and suffering that's inflicted on the original party with having to deal with 2 Nikolais, 2 Mongos, and Scabbard. Everything is doubled almost.
I would need Osling beside me.
Honestly, it seems like Nikolai's mother was a sweetheart, though.
Oh, you're just being biased because it's your mom.
Yeah, probably. Maybe.
It's so funny.
But other than all of those things, we did get a sturdy enough, basically a
Dingy.
dinghy
It was a raft.
raft. We got one ready to travel on out. We managed to get out a little bit.
And you hit the forest, and you found out how klutzy your hooves are.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That nice loud crunch
Yep.
and scrape.
Yep.
All right, Mongo, you're it.
Found out something important about
Wake me when he's done.
Jeez. You are so harsh to the poor man.
Hey, he's the one that always volunteers to cast Identify.
I know. Found out something important about critters out of the bag. That anything that they leave behind, like the not obelisk,
Aboleth.
That's it.
Abeloth.
Obelith.
There's a ball of teeth and
There's
tentacles.
so many ways to say it.
Tell me I'm fucking wrong on that.
I'm going to
anything that-
withhold my comments over here.
Yeah. The goo timed out when the creature did, so I'm gonna have to look into that.
Yeah, and you put out a damn near explosion by flinging its goo.
Yes,
Mongo.
the youngster's goo flinging abilities finally came in handy for once. It's the worst way to phrase
All
it.
those few years of practice, huh?
At least this time he didn't need to get glasses.
But another timeline,
Yeah.
you see yourself with glasses and extra fluffy paws.
Ew.
Why is the rest of him bald and he only has fur on his hands?
Oh, God.
Lord.
The fuck?
You know what? I shouldn't have started it. Yeah.
What's up, Snowball?
You sleep in the bed that you made, mister.
Yeah.
No matter how sticky it is.
Yo.
I've got nobody to blame but all one of you.
I didn't say a damn thing.
I'm blaming you anyway.
Hey, do you need a mirror so you can blame yourself?
I do that enough. Yeah, I found that out. We almost got blown up because somebody didn't quite hit the trap right. But the mushroom got more munchy, so it's all good. Found 3 fucking barrels of Dwarven Ale?
Yep.
Yeah, found found a small skeleton in a chest. Got another name on the hit list. Actually, an entire fucking group, really. Yeah, there's the, apparently Humphrey can share memories. Just not with Mongo.
Yeah, now you have a rivalry with your sister, even though she's gonna.
When the
Out of-
rivalry hands down.
She even said out of character or out. Yeah, she's gonna share the memory with you, but you're like, I'm so jealous.
Yeah.
Worst possible memory that could be shared just to ruin his brain is Humphrey sharing like the whole conception of Mongo and his sister, where the dad's like, keep the hat on, it looks adorable.
Oh, that'd be weird. And the worst part is that it would be a point of view for you.
Oh, hey, look at my wrist. I've got to go. I'll see you guys next week. Fucking done.
I'm just watching you squirm over there.
Hey, don't
See
need
your
that.
dad's own face?
No, the worst thing is it's a point of view and Humphrey's watching.
Oh, fuck no.
Sorry.
From the foot.
No, you're not, you lying fuck.
I sure am not sorry. That's funny as hell.
Wait till it happens to you, pal.
Everybody, welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern, where nothing is sacred, apparently.
No, there's one thing. You hurt kids, we will kill you.
Oh, so if you're kids, you'll kill them? I can hear you over chuckle.
Possibly. I don't know if we're above that.
I'm not above it over those assholes with a loofah.
Yeah, we're not above it. Yeah, finally get out into the field. Oh yeah, on the boat trip, Nikolai damn near killed Scav.
Yeah.
Kind of funny. Finally get out into the field and then find out now every spell I cast has wild magic on it, which is fun.
Oh, you don't know that yet as Mongo. You know
Yeah,
that as
I
a
know.
player. I got the wild magic charts. I've got. I have a D100. It's nice. Let's go.
Ow.
At least I don't use crit charts and fail charts.
Considering the way I roll.
Alright. Nikolai.
Damn near TPK'd his family.
I should just rename this table 1 because that's all they rolled.
This is table 1.
Our table one.
Yeah, damn near killed my family.
Again.
Again.
Wait a minute. No, this. Okay. That one time in the very, very beginning was very close. to
Trice.
3 times.
Yeah.
When was
Don't
the
worry,
third-
nobody's counting.
Second time.
Trice.
3 times, my guy.
When was the second time? I just remember the blowing up the tower while you guys were still too close.
The walking hit list over there says otherwise.
What was the second time? You have to remind me.
Almost burning a house down on top of us.
Yeah.
The tower blowing up because you didn't pay enough attention to actually look for us instead of yelling when obviously when we're fighting we can't hear you.
sorry, he's only a foot tall, so it's kind of hard to see all our stuff.
Make effort.
Oh boy.
Burning down the house on top of us.
Hometown.
Oh, that was
Oh!
that was pre-stream.
Yeah, that was quickly under
That was
control.
0 session, but
Zero
That
session
still
stuff.
counts.
Okay, and then helped Mongo identify the skeleton
yeah.
child and the beer.
I remembered something.
Throw it in.
After you're done.
Okay. And the beer, and then made some really damn good rolls to integrate his Reach Magica Mark IV into the raft to use it as a propeller.
oh no.
So
I'm sorry.
Cayenne didn't have to do a bunch of work to push the damn thing upstream,
And it is.
but no. His brother fucked it up.
His brother Scab. It's alright, you got
I
two
am
of
so sorry. Look, the dice were not
And then-
with me. All
And
right.
then, just as we had hit shore, he got the damn thing working again. So, yeah, at least there's an opportunity to reintegrate it at some other time. That's
Dad.
Oh, I also found the case of the like royal kind of like fine
Cutlery.
and stuff. Yeah, that's about all I can think of that he actually accomplished.
Would you remember?
As we were identifying the chest with the corpse in it, to find out that it was actually the only surviving member of the royal family that was traveling, somebody decided to write their little thing a little too
I
close.
was just about to bring that up. Damn you.
So we got to hear the story of how the kid died from the kid.
Yeah, so we learned that crossing different magics can cause very strange effects.
Crossing the streams. And you used your blood magic to find out
Oh yeah, some deeper
further
information, yeah.
details about the kid and the pirates.
So it leaves to one to wonder, what other things can happen if you cross other types of magic? Those are experiments that can be very dangerous.
Yeah, why do you think there's wizard schools and wizard academies?
They have stories of people who have tried this, and they tell you, don't be a gar.
Hey, fuck you, buddy.
Damn! God damn.
The hell
Okay.
happened to Gar?
Alright. You're up, Bruce. I mean, Scav.
Damien.
Damien.
Bruce wannabe.
Discount Bruce Wayne.
Bruce Spawn.
He just comes out, I am the dollar store.
Don't do that when I'm drinking. I almost spat all over this. Alright, so. Long abandoned, but still heavily trapped.
Kids with babies.
Now, while trying to disarm said traps,
Bats.
they were lit ablaze. Come to find out, it's all dynamite. We were able to luckily put it out thanks to Mongo's quick thinking. And, of course, Fuse almost caused even further problems, but luckily that was under control as well. And then Mongo proceeded to, Nikolai proceeded to almost lose a hand, just like
Fucking sing to
Mongo.
you?
And that is where we actually started to do more like investigations around the area. Discovered that the Abeloth eventually vanished, along with all the goop, of course.
Yeah, you're overlooking the part where you're basically a disco ball.
No, I was getting to that. So, once we go through all these events, we identify everything. Mongo, bless his heart, I'm totally not gonna regret it. Used the glitter wand on Scavard yet again and tried to pin it on Nikolai. Now,
You almost fucking bought it, too.
yeah, I almost did. Like I said, the dice were not with me that day. You win some, you lose some.
The fucking dice will bend you quicker than your parents.
But we did learn that crossing different magics can lead to interesting effects. And after the events that had occurred there, we actually went further down the underground river where Skavric proceeded to accidentally break Nikolai's machine while trying to help him.
Accidentally, huh?
It was very much accidental. It was totally an accident, okay? It's still kind of funny though. But we finally made it out of the river and found an area in this weird forest that we're now in. Much deeper in, I'm probably thinking, that is very heavily overgrown with mushrooms and
It's not overgrown by mushrooms.
Yeah, where'd you get overgrown by mushrooms?
There's just signs
There's
of
some
it.
of them.
Oh,
I also love the fact that you put everybody in the fucking sun to be sundered, and you completely spaced over the fact where you crucified your own foot.
that's true. That did happen. So, trying to pop open one of the locks.
Is this how you become a holy knight?
He went to go and try and pop open one of the locks, grabbed that hammer and just bink right into his foot. Oh, that sucked.
And then the mouse puts his hand right through your jelly foot.
Yeah, that happened too, didn't it? Yes, it did. My bad. The way that when you described it before made it sound like, to me, it made it sound like it was starting to be overgrown by mushroom. So
No.
that's my bad.
You're seeing signs of it. So, oh yeah, and you almost got baby birded again.
Yeah, that almost happened again. Oh,
I mean,
We did-
just think the stuff they threw up looks like what he's over there eating right now.
Oh,
the one other major thing that happened is that Humphrey seemed just a little bit too eager to store all of those barrels of ale or whatever. Was it ale or whiskey?
And everybody overshadows the look that Humphrey was singing sea shanties.
Like, yeah,
hey, he's got his
Nope.
own musical taste.
I
It's all
remember.
good.
no, I remember
And it was
that.
off key.
Yep, I
But
remember.
usually Humphrey's kind of like not too interested in storing things, but he seemed just a little bit too eager to store that.
Yeah, but he got what he wanted for it.
Mhm.
So, we're going to go ahead and jump into tonight's session if all technology is permitting us to do that tonight.
Yeah, hopefully.
Quick prayer to the tech god.
Owlbear at this point. Or, what's it, Glitter Gold. Yo, Glitter!
Darl Glittergold.
Yeah. Garl, bless our stream. Don't feed the gremlins after midnight. So, we're going to pick up as you guys face the forest and begin your trek into it along the mountain ridge to look for this temple. The three of you, not sure where it's actually at. You know where it's at.
Just
As you
following
have the
sister,
map.
yep. Before we get too far, I did put the raft in my bag alone.
Okay,
And the sticks.
okay,
Okay.
alright.
So to make sure.
Did you make a note of that?
Okay.
Because I want to hear it later. We're like, oh, I don't know here. Blah, blah, blah.
It's pretty accurate.
Is a raft a thing that you put in inventory? Is it?
You can make
No,
a
no.
custom item. She does it all the time.
Yeah.
Custom
Or at least
item.
Make a fucking note.
Ball gag for sibling to shut them up. Ball gag of silence. That's it. That's the third time that's actually come up in this game.
Sibling silencer.
So it's
No.
like it's like a straight jacket with a ball gag.
It's just a thorny vine that digs into the flesh, so anytime you open your mouth, it pierces you and lacerates you.
And here I thought you were
Why are
just
you looking at me when you say that?
I was actually looking at his dice tower when I said that.
you just feel guilty about it. Actually, I was thinking you were gonna go more cynical and like all Hellraiser on it, where it's a thorn vine that crows down the throat, punctures the inner
Cool, I just
wall,
discovered
and then
that.
wraps
That's
around
awesome.
the actual vocal cords and squeezes them.
I mean,
That's
that
what
would
I-
By the
work
way,
too.
this is not ideas for merch. Just want to be clear about that.
How long have you been using that?
So,
I didn't know
motherfucker. Well, good for you.
You guys stand on the shore where the waterfall is coming down, going into the cave from the upper parts of the mountains. The force here, while the darkness lurks that you know is ahead, the spread of the mushroom and weirdness of the wild magic from the actual ocean way. It's actually quite peaceful and lush forest, and you can hear birds and other things, and off in the distance somewhere you hear something make a loud squawk. It's a sound of death, as it was probably eaten by something else.
Yeah,
Oh, hi, dog.
that'll happen.
I'm doing a thing.
I would have a question. Would
Okay.
it be easier for Nikolai find it easier to ride on like Ace's shoulder to travel and follow, or would it be easier to use his machine right now? He would have tried both. Which one is turning out easier?
Well, riding on Ace's head is quieter.
Uh-huh.
Beating your machine is noisier.
Okay.
So,
All right. He'll travel on Ace's head.
I'm taking out the red bandana and I'm putting it on.
you've had it on. This is the second time.
Yeah, dude, you said you had it on your arm.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah,
because
yeah.
before
There.
I wasn't able to do that because it was in the backpack at the time.
Okay.
But I'm also keeping an eye out to see if we see any signs of ruins.
Of course you are. Because you want to be useful.
I mean, do you blame him?
Come on, man, Rangers.
He wants
It's 5e.
he wants to find a ruin so he can find a high ledge on it, cast weather so it rains and he can perch on it and brood.
You know what? I'm calling Cannon.
Cayenne is just investigating her map and following it.
Okay.
Investigation or
Survival.
perception?
Perception?
Did you want investigation or perception or survival?
Survival.
Survival. Okay.
That's a 15.
Okay. It's pretty easy for you to line up the map, and if you want, you can roll a nature too.
That would be a 14.
Okay.
I might as well keep an eye out.
You find a rock and you pick it up and you look at it and you start examining it. And you guys see Scav do this. And he picks up a rock. He's like, "There are ruins here," and you look over at him, Cayenne, and it's just a rock. He's being very hopeful about it being a ruin.
That was a natural 20 on nature.
Oh, nice. Oh, I am being snarky tonight.
I love it.
You start walking ahead of the group, and the birds are kind of meandering around you. And yeah, they meander ahead of you, and you start stopping by the trees, and you can start seeing the effects of the wild magic in this area. Like, it's almost like what the fuck is the movie with the bear? Somebody.
Brother
Do
Bear?
you have any idea how obscure that is? Like, there's a lot of
Are you
movies that involve
talking
a bear.
about the real life one with the bear in it, or
Natalie
animated?
Portman movie.
Oh,
I can't place it. My brain has literally gone blank.
yeah, the Colors from Outer Space kind of looking
Yeah.
movie.
Oh.
Golden Compass?
No, I know what you're talking about.
We're all just sitting here going back and forth figuring this.
Annihilation.
Yes,
Annihilation,
Annihilation, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Fantastic movie.
Yes, highly agree.
I don't think you've seen it yet.
I don't think I've seen it.
Oh, it's so
It's
good.
pretty good.
It's one of those movies I've seen enough times that there are scenes I can quote word for word.
Okay.
It's really good.
I watched it 3 times over the course of 2 days. That was an experience. But you're seeing how the wild magic is actually affecting like the nature in this area. You can see leaves that are not growing naturally. You can see signs of possibly this deity's fungal infection here, but the wild magic is mixing with it and causing abnormality. Oh, fuck. Abnormal.
Weird
Happy
shit.
normals.
Yeah, abnormal.
Anomalies?
Yes.
Is that the word you were looking for?
Anomalous.
My accent here is like, no, that's not how you say it. My brain's like, yes, that is clearly how you say it. But yeah, you're seeing abnormals.
I think you almost killed Tom for a second.
And yeah, Nipsey goes over and starts chewing on something random, as Nipsey does.
Nipsey just chews on
Gonna
random
keep
stuff.
an eye on Nipsey.
Let's see.
They're idly chewing on random things.
And you see Nipsey treats its little like vines more as thorns, and it just scoots up the tree, and you see like a bird perched up there, like a little sparrow. And you guys are talking amongst yourselves quietly to not disturb Cayenne because she's doing her nature thing.
I'm just working on my book.
And this thing just falls right down to the center of the group, and it's a sparrow wrapped up with Nipsey, and Nipsey just grabs its head and twists it clean off and starts chewing on it. You can hear the bones breaking.
Damn! A terrifying little flower.
Damn, nature, you're scary.
You should see when Nipsey comes out of the eye socket of a deer.
That plant is terrifying and amazing at the same time.
Is anybody else a little concerned at how calmly she said that?
And you see this thing, like it breaks its head, and it just pulls the head off, and you can see like bits of the spinal section and fluid. And it crawls into the body, and it pushes its like head out, and the little body stands up and starts walking around a little bit.
Did Nipsey yell, "Finish him"?
And now you see like this sparrow body that's kind of bulging in places, walking around with the head of Nipsey.
Oh, good. Nipsey's the grossest cosplayer ever.
Some crazy BOW going on right now. Alright.
Alrighty then. Yeah, like I
Nipsey,
said,
don't play with your food.
Nicolas just working on
It's
his
cute,
house thing.
but don't play with
Already
your
on top
food.
of
Oh,
Ace.
you're just working on Ace?
No, working on the little house thing while sitting on top of Ace.
Okay. Tinkering.
You know, we just came out from a large, like, cavern. I'm gonna try and make, like, one of those, like,
Using the charge on my ring today.
the nature compass. The flower, the leaf, water, and such, and all that. Figure out where we are relative to which direction we need to go.
Nature. He's trying to out-nature you, even though you have the map.
Yeah, but we just came
When
out
I ha-
from. We don't know exactly where we are.
I'm assuming you're just walking in the direction.
Yeah, walking in the direction to the map that clearly states where I need to be going and we need to be going. Yeah, I'll be doing that.
21.
All right.
Following a map.
I'm just trying to figure
Doesn't
out which
understand.
way is north, which way is south.
So you're looking at this. You put this compass together as you're walking, and you see it like spin a little bit, and then it spins the other way, and the leaf just curls up and just falls apart into the water.
Well, that's not normal, and that is very concerning.
So that'd be normal.
And Nipsey turns the head around on the sparrow that's disconnected and just like pumping it in your direction.
Did anybody else see that?
Nipsey being a creepy little ventriloquist?
No. I
offense.
made a little compass to figure out which way is north. And the leaf itself literally just that.
What?
That.
It like
What was your
crumpled
roll
up
there?
into itself.
I'm just Cayenne's
Okay.
just going to point to all the abnormal like plants that are around us
Are we like in
for scab.
deep canopy?
Starting to, yes.
Oh, okay.
And what was your roll?
Oh,
I'm assuming-
21.
41?
21.
I'm like, what the fuck did you? Are you faux pawing your necklace there again?
Well, I had to use the necklace. Not the necklace, the ring.
You don't have any more uses on that necklace for a week.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
make a
the
note of
ring.
that.
Yeah, I have that. The ring I used a charge.
You're just going back through the same process. You reset it, and you're going back, and you're like, there has to be a pattern to this. Why would my dad have something that doesn't have a pattern? He makes patterns.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you're seeing how odd nature is in this area.
This place is weird.
Yeah.
And you guys just continue walking on for a few hours, heading deeper into this forest. The canopy becoming thicker, and you can see the Spadog forest, the illumination of the leaves, but it's almost like a rainbow shimmering, and you can almost see like some of the leaves moving away a little bit, or some of them moving into the light to make it harder to see. And you're starting to see like vines across the actual like trunks of the tree that are abnormal. And as you go deeper into this forest, it's a familiar thing to you guys of less and less nature sounds.
This again.
This looks familiar.
And you guys have been going for about 2.5 hours at this point.
Oh, so past nap time.
You've had to walk for a while now.
Definitely past nap time.
When the birds comes over and holds a bug up to your face, Mungo.
Oh, thank you. I
And
just ate.
As you try to do that, they just shove it in your mouth.
I'm trying to use my hands to block.
Sleight of hand there, bud.
Oh, something tells me you just outrolled me. I haven't even rolled my fucking dice yet.
It's not hard.
Yeah, I know. That might work. Natural 20.
Oh, wow.
Basically,
Yeah.
you see, like,
As you're walking, Cayenne, you're looking around. Mongo
you can still see remnants.
is dealing with one of the birds, and you accidentally smack this bug, and you start to turn around and tell what direction you're going in, and as soon as you open your mouth, this bug hits you and it hits the back of your throat.
I just tried to keep the bug out of my mouth. I wasn't trying to feed anyone.
No comment.
Mongo's like, oh shit.
Just trying to keep the bug out of my mouth. I was trying to feed anybody. I don't know where the hell that idea came from.
I'm gonna get Nipsey to where they're sitting on my butt and facing backwards to watch anyone who's behind me.
Oh, it's creepy because now the eyes are kind of like, one eye is missing from this sparrow head, and the other one's hanging out. The skull's slightly split open with like little tendrils coming out of it.
Oh, good.
And the wings are now detached from the actual body of the bird and just freely moving.
So Nipsey made some feather armor.
It made some sparrow armor.
Sparrow armor.
Hey, it's light armor.
The sparrow leech.
It is technically leather armor, if you think about it. Just really light leather armor.
Really creepy status here.
Leather armor fit for fairy.
Just gonna keeping an eye out to see if
Gosh,
any
I
like
mean, Nipsey can fly now?
possible hints of
'Cause, I mean,
ruins
she's got
and such.
like the wings, or can she just like glide?
I don't know. Guess we'll have
That's
to
a natural
find
20.
out.
Why you gotta give me the bad look? Okay, that wasn't my fault.
You're kind of watching as the kind of paying a little bit of attention to the group as this nonsense is happening. And you look up at one of the trees and you see like you're like, oh fuck yes, a squirrel. Then it kind of comes around a bit and you see like this really long elongated body with all these legs to it, like a centipede kind of crawling along the branch. And then it jumps to another branch and you can see it has like almost like they look like bat wings as it spreads its arms out. It lands and starts going across another branch.
I'm pointing it out to everybody.
Yeah, you all look up and you see this really disturbing like squirrel.
That's definitely not normal.
Are you being loud and obnoxious when doing so?
He's panicking, I'm sure.
Okay. What? What's going on now?
You look up and you see like this centipede squirrel that's just moving along the branches.
Whoa. That's weird. Anybody ever seen something like that before?
I'm opening up the book of creatures.
I'm gonna start sketching it down. Can I roll something?
Yeah,
Squirrelipede?
squirrelipede.
That is a 22.
22. You're looking through the book. There's nothing in there regarding this. This is screaming Abby normal to you.
This is definitely not normal.
And it's just kind of going up upside down on a branch, kind of curling around it, like swirling. And you see all these like eyeballs along its back, opening up and closing and blinking, and then they all close as it goes up and
Freak.
through the leaves.
That's a 12.
12?
Yeah.
You get a decent sketch. I love how she's like, fuck that, burn it with fire.
What the hell is
The
that?
birds can eat it.
Whatever's
safe.
going on in this forest, I think it's
doubt it.
affecting more than just the plants.
You think?
You think?
The druid says, I doubt that thing is safe. If
Well,
the druid says no, that means
No.
no.
I'm inclined to agree. Get no argument here.
And you head off from the group scout a little bit, doing a little bit of scouting ahead, and you hear some rocks tumble a little bit in the direction Scav went. You kind of slide a little bit down a slope, and you come to another open area, and it's a nice grassy area. And you see like this, almost like a tree stump growing up and out, and all these mushrooms growing off of it. And you can just see the ground is completely blighted around it.
I'm not touching that.
You can actually see, it almost looks like a swarm of gnats around it, but you know those are mushroom spores coming off of this, whatever it is. You're at least a good 30 to 40 feet away from it, so you're within a safe distance.
Okay.
Are you going to share this information?
It's still in character a little bit. I think I found something.
Oh, it's probably creepy, isn't it?
I don't know what this is, but it definitely. This is your area of expertise, Kyan.
I'll head over there.
You start heading over there, and he didn't warn you about the slope of rocks, and you just instantly start sliding down. And you get to the...
Seen me. All right. Okay.
No, you were off behind shrubbery where she couldn't see.
Okay, that's right.
And you just slide down a little bit, and she bumps you, and you almost go stumbling forward a bit closer to this. And you see what he's staring at.
You ever seen anything like that before?
Mm,
You can do a nature if you want. You can do a religion if you want.
I don't think I have, but nature was a 17.
That is like the rare few times I've rolled middle ground.
Do you even know what that number looks like?
The fact that you got stumbled forward a little bit, kind of like put you a little bit off balance. You're like, oh my god, I don't want to die. You, Cayenne, you move up to where Scav is, but you're staying within a safe distance because you can see all the spores coming off this, and you know how dangerous that could actually be. And you're examining it a bit more, and based off of your tribalism, this is a warning sign from the deity. And you look at it a bit more, and this deity went out of their way to kill a dryad. This dryad is twisted and tortured and has mushrooms growing out of it and died a very painful death.
Damn, that's what the...
So what looks like just a tree to Scav is, I know it's a dryad.
Too low
Yeah.
to get a good view, I guess.
And this deity destroyed literally a symbol of nature.
I kind of want to eradicate this spot.
You have several people in the group that can do that for you.
Yeah, we can blow up shit, burn it.
How do you want to eradicate?
You probably just see they're simmering like fuse currently.
Would Nikolai be the expert in eradicating?
Can you?
Cayenne is
hand me that
tempted to
big,
do something
D100
kind
there?
of stupid, and I mean really stupid.
Hey, brothers, can you help me blow something up?
No. Cayenne is currently debating whether she wants to go up and touch one side of where the dryad is, like a hand if she can see, to try to speak to the deity.
That is entirely up to you, or you could just nuke the site from orbit.
Do it.
Go ahead, try to intimidate a god.
Do
This is
it.
D&D.
This is D&D, intimidate a fucking god. What's the worst that could happen?
Because Cayenne wants to leave a message of, we're coming for you.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious at this if they're sending you warning signs.
Cayenne's just going full Undertaker.
She's got the tattoos and everything by the time she's out of this place.
She's going to be just covered in scarification. There's not going to be scars. It's going to be carved patterns.
It's
That'd be
gonna
kind of badass. Just carved all like the
She's gonna look like her
druid
mom.
spells directly into the body.
Hello, cheddar cheese.
That definitely would be pretty badass.
Scav, I need something flammable.
Okay. Here. Just take one of these. Hand her Molotov.
Something that will eradicate this site without harming us.
You
I
see
mean-
Fuse come up and is just like climbing along your arm, and grabs like what's left of half their TNT stick and trying to shove it into the actual Molotov cocktail.
Oh my god!
No, that's a bit much,
Pyromaniac,
buddy.
little shit.
A little bit too much there, buddy. No, this would actually work very well. We just have to stand back a little bit.
Just trying to stuff it in the top of the Molotov cocktail.
Fuse, I appreciate you
close
very
enough
much,
to
but I think
hear
that
the
would be
conversation?
too much.
You're at the top of the bank
Right
with
now.
Mongo.
Uh-huh. Are they close
Yeah.
enough for us to hear the conversation?
Oh yeah, easily.
That's all just plant material, right? This would burn it all away. And get
With-
rid of any potential blight
With
in the air.
Nikolai's penchant for fire, do you
So
have an
you
idea
see
how
just
this
a
fire
tree,
this
right?
this fire would spread?
Looks like it
Do
to me,
a,
but I'm not as
temporary-
big as you, so I can't see the top of it.
Huh.
So, this is a warning from the deity. This
18.
tree that you see is actually a dryad.
Yeah, it's about as tall as
Dryad.
like a sapling. Probably
What?
about 5, 7, almost 6 feet tall.
Do I know what a dryad is?
Do a nature or a religion. What was your roll there?
18.
18. You're looking around at this area and you're like, let's make a nice bonfire.
So safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything around the like further edges where the foliage is and the trees are and everything is much more lush than this. The essentially the plague hasn't spread far enough to dry everything out enough to let it spread.
Okay.
That is a 24 nature.
24. Hitting around with the Hunters Guild and a few others, you have heard what a dryad is. And you know that they're a keeper of nature. They work directly with nature and rangers and druids. And for someone to go out of their way to actually kill a dryad is about as bad as going out of your way to kill a treant or burn down an entire forest.
This is my first time ever seeing a dryad.
Yeah, you've never seen one.
You've only heard about them.
So that's what they look like. Maybe just a treat on me, but okay.
And they normally look like very beautiful women, essentially, but woody and grassy.
Hippie.
Having seen Mongo use
I think
Mold
that's
Earth,
Spriggan, but
I
more
have
pretty.
would I have a general idea how well that spell works?
So
Not that I can cast it, but just understanding
this
his
thing went out
abilities
of
with
its
it.
way to do this.
With the random results he's
Torture
had, no.
this dryad and imprison them here as a warning sign.
Then this should work wonders.
Yeah.
Fuse is still trying
Player
to stuff the dynamite stick into the top.
I'll trade you, Fuse.
I mean, I can just light it on fire. I produce fire. Did you forget about this? See?
How well
How close do you have
It's
to
like,
be to
I've got that one
ignite it?
breaking
Though?
stuff.
Up to like 60 feet, I think it is.
Well,
What are you
that
gonna
might work
break?
better. But we need something
Trying
that
to
can
get rid
keep
of
a
that tree,
sustained
right?
burn.
Well, you just sit here until it's burning.
Well,
Like burning.
break it.
it would could possibly break it, but she wants it disintegrated with fire.
Ah.
Oh well, then yeah, this
well, in
would
that
Want it
case,
eradicated.
this would
I don't know
scorch
if I
it all
ever got
down.
the card for it, but I
30
do have a
And
that
it's,
wand
it's
of
a cantrip, so I can just keep on constantly
low grade fireball.
just lighting
Should
it on
have
fire.
that.
Well, you have methods. Nikolai can sustain a burn on it over time. This would literally burn it all and melt it all down.
Yeah, but it's
And
a thing
I'm-
that we can use for bigger problems.
I can make more.
Why make more when we have one?
Because this used to be a living, breathing creature.
I understand that.
You see Fuse hops down from your arm and has their stick of dynamite, and they start walking over to Ace. And
I understand it, and I understand what you're trying to get at. But we
Ace
don't need to
just
use resources
kind of looks down, and you're
to
you're the
do
one
this.
watching this.
when I can just do
And
it.
Ace looks
Nikolai.
down at Fuse and
You
takes
might
the
wanna
dynamite stick
get
and
Ace to not.
bites it, and you see it lit, and hands it back to Fuse.
Oh god.
And Fuse comes over to you and hands you the lit stick of dynamite.
And pull out. Fuse,
We were just talking about not using resources.
thank
I'm gonna go
you,
up to
thank you,
Diane
buddy,
and
but
kinda pat leg
this is a little bit too much.
and show her the wand of fireball.
Again, using resources. Why use resources? I
Yeah,
can just
how-
do this all day.
But then you'll be
I'd
really
rather
tired.
it not take all day.
True. I'm just saying it can be done without using resources.
And we can always find more resources.
Cheap alcohol is really easy to come by, brother.
Okay, fine. Okay, whatever. I'm just going back to studying my. The
Fuse, thank you.
We'll just
but it's a
use
little
resources.
bit too much.
And the
We'll save this for later.
And the stick is like that weird sogginess, like it's been chewed on and stuff like that, but it's different because it's Fuse. So all the paper in it's like embered and things like that. And
It's
I'll
moist and
hand
burnt.
it back to Fuse
Fuse takes it.
for later, okay? Promise, we'll get to use it later.
They reach up into their little cap and pull out another stem and put it in there.
How about this? I'll light it on fire. We'll see how it burns. If it's going to take forever, then we'll use a different method.
You hear Humphrey? Pyromancer. I love the sound of burning flesh in the morning. It's wonderful. Especially when it's served with
Shall I light it on fire?
mint
or not, guys?
jelly.
Let us get away first because who knows if these spores will ignite or not.
There's a story
Nikolai,
there.
go
I
ahead and
don't
get
think I
close.
want to fucking.
And let's see what the spores do, since you want to light it on fire.
I don't have to get close to it 30 feet away.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'll just stand back here and watch.
He runs up. You see him walk up, go
About
past.
30 feet away. and
I'm
just
getting
like
back
throw
away from
a
He
little
goes,
fireball at
he
it.
goes like that, goes, puh, and you see the fire go out, and he hits the spores, and they all start going off like pop rocks in the air.
So, didn't catch the tree on fire.
No,
Okay.
but you just saw like all these, like this massive, like within a 20-foot radius of this tree, just like dozens of pop rocks going off in the air.
That's kind of
You know, before we light this thing on fire,
And now it smells like spoiled meat.
yummy.
It's like you open the cooler and there's that spoiled meat in there that you forgot about all summer long because you thought you cleaned out the cooler from like a fishing trip.
we should probably get away from this because that looks dangerous. And you know, if I'm saying that, you can take that to the bank.
You're a little bit of a scaredy cat, or scaredy lizard. He's a scaredy cat.
Boy,
But also, something like that might be
derogatory
useful to
statement,
gather.
brother. I'll have you know.
Is
And-
it untrue?
You hear it, ceiling cat, pussycat. It's from
I doubt we'll be able to safely gather up spores like that, though.
Who's talking about gathering up the spores?
I was talking. I literally.
Cayenne wants to disintegrate it.
I tried. Apparently, my produced flame is not strong enough to catch the tree on fire. So I guess we're using resources.
So, do we want to try and gather a small
Are you
amount
just
of this,
gonna
or do we
fire
want
off
to
a
just
fireball?
like?
If Cayenne wants me to, I will. If not, no. It's her decision.
Do we want to try and gather some of this, then light it on fire, or do we want to just light it on fire?
Yeah, can't you control spores?
I can, but
It's
these,
been getting weaker because of your blood magic.
I'm focusing on a different path because the deity that we're going against is not something that I want to have any contact with.
Okay.
So Mongo's offering a solution. Nikolai tried his solution, and you have Scab with the Molotov cocktail.
One's natural, one's magical.
I'm just wondering if the Molotov would take too long, if it would work enough, or if the fireball would be more.
They say if we're going to waste the resources or use the resources, we use the least valuable resources first.
Wow.
I mean, we could just
Mongo is
not
least
light the
valuable, huh?
Molotov.
No,
Send it over
Molotov
there.
cocktail is the least valuable.
Then
Why do you point at him?
I was just
use
talking
both.
with my hands.
Also, Mongo, you can open your mouth and actually explain the wand because you're the one that has it and knows how it works. Other people have experiences with wands.
Oh, they have experience being on the business end of one of them.
So open your mouth and speak, wizard boy.
Basically, the one lets me cast the spell of Fireball, which is basically just a fucking explosion.
Big ass fire.
I think the fireball might work better, and we can save the Molotov for when we need it.
Oh boy.
I still think we should get away, because if the little flames that Nikolai produced did that, what is a fireball going to do?
Yeah.
More.
I do have kind of a range with this.
So how many charges are you going to burn on that?
How many charges do you get back?
Well, it has 2 charges, so I'm only going to use the one because I don't want to render it useless.
Does it recharge?
Most of them do. This one I'm not completely sure on because this one is a little underpowered. But if we take it to the repair shop, we might be able to actually get it back to us.
I would say
rightful
use
glory.
Molotov cocktails first then. If it's not enough, we wasted some alcohol. Whereas
call.
if you use the fireball, then we've used a massive offensive weapon to in turn a dryad.
As much as I like the idea of big explosions, I do have to agree with Nikolai on this one.
I mean, we can even put more fuel there. We have 3 barrels of ancient dwarven ale.
So let's use the more expensive thing that we could use to get more money from, rather than use what's cheap and can get.
I'm just saying,
Much easier?
We have more fuel. We can. It's replaceable. We don't know if the charges
Are you
on
gonna
this
just
fireball
light the cocktail and
wand
throw it?
are replaceable. We don't know what
I'm letting
happens.
Cayenne decide on this. Do we want to use the wand, or do we want to use the cocktail? Because we still don't know how this thing's going to react to magic, if it's magical.
Let's try the Molotov.
All right.
You do the honors.
Roll the dex.
Gonna stand back just in case.
Yeah, I'm getting back as well.
And Dex is a 18.
Hey.
Also roll an animal handling for me.
Oh boy. That's a 14.
Okay. So you with Nikolai's help, he lights it for you, and you look at it, and you throw it, and it's a really good art. And the birds look at each other, and they see it, and they start to go after it, and you're like, no, 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 and then they just stop for a moment, look back at you, and come back to you, because they were going to chase after it. They thought you were playing fetch.
Oh my god!
Children.
Yeah, it hits right at the base of this thing. It just instantly sends the fire up, and you can just see it just instantly engulf, and the fire just rolls out. And it's just like a heat blast hitting you from all the spores popping.
We now have 5 of those, but I can make more.
And it just, this horrendous screech fills the air as you see the actual wood itself just crack and start to crumble into itself.
Hopefully that was the right thing to do. It sounds terrible.
She's the expert in this. If she says that was the right thing to do, probably was.
Without any words at all, and just probably the most angry, murderous look on her face, she's going to just stomp off following the map.
Following behind Cayenne.
I guess we're leaving now.
Time to go. Anger. Oh, that hit list is getting pretty heavy. So I'm going to destroy this temple. Brick by brick.
We can do that.
Make sure that this bloodline never sees the light of day again.
So, you travel for a while. And at this point, it's getting later in the day and towards the nighttime. And you can see it's getting later in the day. And even you walking this much, you're starting to get tiring. And Mongo's just like starting to drag his feet. It's like when you take an unwilling kid on a walk and he's just dragging his feet, moping a little bit. He's had to walk all day, and the only excitement he's had is watching a dryad die or be put out of their misery. But Cayenne's been quiet this entire time during this entire walk, checking her map, stomping on,
I'm working on my puzzle too. Puzzle thing.
tinkering. But you're realizing it's getting close to the time where you need to camp for the night.
I'm gonna look around and see if I can't find a good place that would make a decent camp zone.
I'm pretty sure Cayenne would just stop and be like, we're camping right here.
Pretty much.
16.
16? It's... the puzzle's just getting away from you. You're like, what is the next step?
Hell is the DC?
17.
17? Looks like a good enough spot to camp.
What do you think, Cayenne?
It works.
I'll make a camp then.
Yeah, start setting it up.
Nikolai just has a crazy idea.
Does he have anything other than that?
That's a good point.
Hey,
17.
17? Scav is rolling rocks over to set up for the campfire, and he pushes one into place, goes, gets another rock, rolls it over, just push it into place. Makes a little rain of rocks, takes him a little while.
is the I presume we're in the forest, right? Is the forest floor comfortable to sit on, or would maybe the raft be more comfortable to sit on?
It's fairly comfortable. There's lots of leaf fall.
It's a forest.
Yeah,
There's grass.
yeah,
You can sit on your butt on grass.
yeah.
And there's lots of leaves, which tend to be soft, make a nice soft bed. What? I mean,
Sometimes when you start rolling dice, it makes me nervous.
What do all the dice mean? It means our certain doom.
And just be scared that I have like 9 D20s over here.
Well, but
It's not the end of the world. It's okay. It's safe.
don't believe
You should be more concerned about the amount of D6s I have over here.
it. That also doesn't
Should
help.
probably put some more torches out. We are in the Spotted Dog Forest.
I do have the.
But do we
The
have any
lanterns
scones
that
to
we
put them
made.
in?
They get old enough, you can. I mean, technically, like, it's a scone, so you can fill it with alcohol and just light it on fire, and you got a perfectly good
I just
torch
start
there.
pulling out
There
my
you go.
lanterns from the cart that I made earlier and just light them with my abilities.
Yeah.
Got 4 of them. Kind of make a little square space with the lanterns and light up a good spot in the middle for sure.
Oh, we're not making one of those. They're not sponsoring us.
Still have the hand lanterns too.
I was just getting to using resources.
What are you getting up to,
Just
Cayenne?
using resources.
Mongo?
It's just a little magic and voila. It's a
Cayenne
10-foot
is
bright light.
just basically standing and staring off at this point, pretty angry at this point. At some point, she's just going to find a spot to kind of lay awake and sharpen her glaive.
The bird comes over and headbutts you gently. The other bird comes over and headbutts you from the other way.
I'll give them headbutts back.
Meeting of the minds.
You just hear coconuts in the distance.
Guess I'll try making dinner.
Just like, okay. Go ahead, Chef Bob.
I'm gonna head over to Cayenne actually.
Chef Bob Cat.
I have something I want you to have.
Oh.
Probably be more useful for you. Here.
I'll take whatever it is.
It's the adjustable hand lantern. Gives off a little like 10-foot of light, but you flip up the thing and or close it down and it's like a flashlight.
Remember, you have your goggles.
I figure you might be able to put it in like one of your birds or something.
Bird carrying a lantern on
Yeah.
his chest.
Yeah.
Works.
Brad takes it and smacks Boo with it, and they start
And
playing tug
since
of
it's
war
a-
with it.
Since it's adjustable, Nipsey could actually use it.
The birds
or
are now
even Fuse.
the birds are now playing tug of war with the lamp.
Yeah. It just gives off a little 10-foot of light, but
It's
if you
just
put
some
the little
light.
flap down, then it puts out a 10-foot of light in front of it. But in like a concentrated beam of light.
Yeah, the birds are now playing tug of war with the lamp you gave them.
Guys, please don't break that.
They look at each other like they're blaming each other on who started it.
So I guess I'll set my lanterns up. They're going to be about 10 feet away from each other around the campfire, so that there's basically a 10-foot by 10-foot space of bright light. Very bright light.
All right.
And then,
So-
put alarm up, yeah.
You're just sitting there sharpening your glaive.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually the birds, they just kind of, they leave you alone, but you lose track of them. They head off sneak off into the forest.
I figured they would go hunt.
What do you make in Mongo?
Probably nothing great. It's an 8.
An 8? You smell something absolutely horrendous, and Mongo's like trying to shuffle a pan, and he got something in there, and it's all sticking to the bottom and burning. You can smell like vegetables burning. And you put the spatula under it, from one of the mess kits, and you pull it up, and the wood snaps.
Oh, shit.
And you're just looking at it like, fuck.
Alright, I put it back together and cast mending on the spatula.
Yeah. And you pull it out, and it's like unsheathing a sword from the stone. You're like, and there's just black smoke coming from this pan.
Alarms don't really great smell.
Mongo.
8,000 cubic feet. Holy shit.
Why do you do
Okay, this is not working.
Come on
So
now.
I can like make it a
And-
living space.
I
that's,
can
like,
see.
2 feet high.
And you just trying to get this to cook. And you reach over and you grab the pan. You realize you didn't use like a cloth for it, and your paw just grabs
Yeah, why do you think
a hot
I'm
cast
always
iron.
Ah, fuck! Like, holy.
You okay there?
Ow.
And you just look over and from what talking with Nikolai, and you just see all this black smoke coming from the pan that he's cast iron pan he's cooking with.
What'd you do?
Miscalculation.
That is not. That's burnt. That's what
No
that is.
shit.
It's burnt.
But Fuse is entertained. Fuse is over there just like this with the smoke.
You know, that might actually be perfect for Fuse, actually.
At least somebody will fucking enjoy it. Oh, fuck.
It's okay. It's okay. We
That
still
is-
have rations.
Hey, if anything, you made a gourmet meal for Fuse.
Yeah, well, I'll try
Be
to write
proud of
that.
that.
down.
Be proud of that.
So, my
I mean,
I
that's
just did a little
exactly what
math.
I was trying to do.
the cubic footage of alarm is 8,000 cubic feet.
I will agree with you.
Make an 8,000 cubic foot alarm around centered on our camp. 2
Stop
feet
it.
high. 4,000 cubic feet.
Stop it. No. Stop.
What, I can't?
Dick.
4,000 cubic foot alarm, 2 feet high, centered on our camp.
So,
Anything crosses that
as
thing.
you guys are watching Mongo make
Fuck
a
up
gourmet
dinner.
meal for Fuse, you're just letting out a sigh, and you see one of the birds just kind of stumbling out of the actual like forest, and it's Boo, but they're just covered in blood. Their armor's just soaked, and they have like a leg of like one of the deer, and you can see like a second leg starting to grow out of it. It's just completely missing the body. Comes over and just drops it in front of you, and you get some of the blood splattered on you, and you're just looking at this leg in front of you. And Red comes stumbling out too,
His
like
other
the
half.
weird catwalk when they're dragging
blanket?
something. Yeah, dragging the rest of the body, and you can just see this trail of blood behind it from it being having dragged across the forest floor the entire time. Basically road rashed. The intestines are dragging further behind it from where they gutted it.
You know,
And
as awesome as that is, that's probably going to attract a lot of things here.
And they just come over and they just drop it in front of you, Mongo. And this deer is just looking at you with like its skull half caved in and bite marks, and this thing looks like it went through a partial meat grinder.
yeah, closing the eyes.
Well, you're the ranger, and I'm sure Cayenne knows how to do it too. Process the meat, and we'll salt it and
Yep.
And
put
the
it in bags.
Done
Red
before.
starts picking at this thing, and just you hear like crunching and stuff, and it comes over. Red comes over to you and just drops the heart in front of you.
Oh, yours Valentine.
I will do
gonna-
my best to
I'll give
clean
them a
this.
little peck on the beak.
They went and got food,
Thank you, sweetie. That's very nice of you.
and this thing is just—it's a fairly decent size for the group.
I'll do my best to clean this and then get the what's unusable that the birds more than likely would eat separated.
So they
that-
could eat the whole thing. Roll a survival there, Scav.
About how much meat do you think would be salvageable, like to eat tonight, and then the rest to
18.
save?
Ooh, these things are pretty big. They're about the size of a normal deer, so about 120 pounds.
Well, I'm trying to think because
18.
of all of us.
Yeah,
I
They're-
would eat the most of the group, I think.
yeah. So there's easily probably about 120 to about 200 pounds of food you can pull off this. And you're looking at the heart, and the heart actually has an extra chamber to it, and you're like seeing how far these mutations went. And you're looking at it as you're working on this, carving it up. What was your roll?
18.
18? And you're looking at it where the horns actually come out. It's like one of the ghost deer. And it's just like, it's almost like additional hooves coming up forming the horns, not actual horns.
I don't know if these things are going to be safe to eat. Don't get me wrong. venison's really great, but these are very heavily mutated.
You can try purify food and drink.
Worth a shot.
I'll stand back and let him try it.
Purify food and drink on the corpse.
Clean him up, get him some bits that are there for him to purify.
Just do the whole damn corpse.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the
It's never a good sign when I start rolling dice randomly for you guys.
Sometimes it's a good sign. Other times it's terrifying.
It seems like you guys lean on the side of terrifying. Oh lordy, it's going to Fallout territory.
5-foot radius sphere? So that's a lot of.
It's like someone
space.
slides a note to the DM that reads, "Look at a player, roll dice randomly, and then laugh and resume your description."
That's evil, man. That's evil.
So yeah, if the whole body can kind of like fit, kind of like just kind of mush it up and contort it so it's within a 5-foot sphere. That's a big sphere.
I can cut it up into that amount.
Okay, and then once we get it all into a pile, and
that
then
was
I'll
bad.
do purify food and drink.
Okay. That's a 21 to condense its size down to small enough for him. Like
Okay.
cutting it up.
What is the area of the sphere? I forget how calculated.
I love this. I love this so much. So he casts his spell. And, so he puts his little paws out. Oh, roll performance for me.
Oh, yeah, definitely try not to wiggle, but
Do the whole dance.
13.
13. He wiggles a little bit. Like a little, just ever so slightly as he does this. And he puts his hands out to do this spell. And you're like, I think it worked. And you see all of his fur just fall out.
Oh, fuck.
Brother,
What?
are you okay?
It suddenly
I don't know.
feels a little bit more cold.
It's chilly out.
I'm gonna take something up that's shiny enough for him to see his reflection.
And you see you're completely naked. Furless.
What the fuck?
Nikolai
just-
just sees Cayenne holding her face and snickering.
All the birds look over and they even look offended.
What the fuck?
What did you do?
I cast purify food and drink.
I think something may have backfired, brother.
You can roll an Arcana if
What
you
the
want.
fuck?
I wouldn't know
He's
a damn thing about
completely
this.
hairless.
7.
7?
I have had this happen to me before.
You're like...
You look like an old man.
He's so wrinkly.
You look like a feeble old man.
Poke him. Just reach over and just
What the-
gently poke him.
What the fuck happened here?
It's like poking a hairless cat.
What
You
the?
see parts like just
What
kind
the
of
fuck?
scrunch up.
Yeah.
That's weird. You're weird.
What the fuck?
Oh, you're one to talk. You have no hair. That looks like you.
Here, can I try Arcana?
I
Have an understanding
scale.
what the fuck happened?
Yeah, all of his fur is just gone.
I have no fucking
7
clue.
on mine.
That Arcana would be a 14.
14?
Yeah.
Oh, you're panicking. And you know this happened to Mongo once, and now you look over at Mongo.
Did you do this?
Oh, fuck, I would not do
This
that
happened
to
to you
someone.
before?
Just because it happened to me before doesn't mean I'm going to do it to somebody else.
What?
I mean,
What'd
I
you
try to
do?
understand I didn't do anything. Oh my god, my brother's just so fucking paranoid.
Humphrey speaks up, well, you are a cat.
What? I thought you were supposed to be on my side.
How long did it take for your fur to grow back?
24 hours.
Yeah, it's about a day.
Fuck!
Weird. And you're realizing how cold it is.
Fuck. Roll down my
A
sleeves.
weird thought. Very weird thought. But this might be advantageous.
How would you like it all your scales fell off?
It would suck, but listen. Look, you're like all flesh now. You don't have any fur. If we put grease on you, nothing can grab you, but you can fit into things better.
Yeah, he's still glittery as fuck.
Fuck off! Alright, well, I'll try to purify food and drink again.
Okay.
Now his skin falls off. I mean, it's just a tiny little mouse in meat sack.
That's a level 1 spell, right?
Yeah.
Alright.
That'll be my last level 1 spell for the day.
Okay.
My performance was a 17.
Don't butt wiggle this time.
That's a shame. Can I play a beat to give him disadvantage on that? Next time?
And I guess Arcana? To make sure I'm doing the spell right?
Yeah.
Okay, so 24.
Okay.
I don't understand.
What, 24 on Arcana?
That hurts me personally.
What happens? Or
I did this to myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
are you literally just, no matter what the fuck happens, wild magic?
No, I'm actually rolling dice over here, and apparently that dice likes to roll that way. So you're... How long is that? Okay, that doesn't last very long. Okay, good.
I don't
So-
like the way you're looking at me.
What, guilty conscience? So you cast a spell again, and you're like, got it. Got it. You look down at yourself to make sure nothing else happens.
Yeah.
But Cayenne, your hooves stop touching the ground and you start floating up. And you start tumbling forward and kind of starting to go in misdirections, and it's like,
Can I mage paw to try to bring her back down?
the look I'm getting from Cayenne. You're suddenly just floating up in the air.
Did I get it? Oh no! What the hell's going on with magic?
I don't know, but something tells me we should stop using it for now.
Fuck
Nipsey, lunch.
And Nipsey looks over, and you just see like them hop out of the corpse, and they just lick their lips and start running towards you.
I'm gonna burn it! If it bites me!
Burn my flower, and there will not be a you left.
As you tilt,
Stop the flower from attacking me.
as you start tilting forward, tumbling over yourself in the air.
Mage paw to try to bring her back down, I guess.
Sleight of hand. Are you just gonna tie a rope to her and walk around like a balloon? We all float in the forest here.
And you know what? Whenever I roll back forward, I'm gonna thorn whip at Nikolai. Fuck it. I'm thorn whipping at
What was
Nikolai.
that? Actual 20? As your anger starts to swell, Mongo reaches up and starts to stabilize you.
I've stabilized the centaur.
Oh, he gets without. He gets to cast this spell without wild magic going
Mongo.
off.
Knowing your school of magic, you know that, and from what you've been seeing happen so far and where you're at in the forest, you can quickly explain to the group what's going on regarding the wild magic.
Yeah.
Which means I have to roll again.
Because you used mage.
Yep. I actually really love this die because you're just adding pandemonium to this.
Well, like we're not giving ourselves enough pandemonium.
Apparently not.
I laughed so hard that I got very lightheaded just now. I actually feel a little dizzy.
Go ahead, explain.
Okay. This sucks. I don't like this.
What's happening?
All of the extra energy that's causing all of the random bullshit, like the Scorlipede. I don't know what to call
So
it.
as you're
That
floating
creature.
there, you hear a slight neigh. And you guys all look over in the direction and standing like... So, Cayenne is here, Mungo's here, Scabbard's here, Nikolai's here, and the birds are like right here where the food is.
Mhm.
And you see a unicorn standing there, and he just chews on some grass and looks between you guys.
Do
And
I
it's
know
just-
anything about unicorns?
It's like this large, like, draft horse unicorn. And the horn on it is like this one, like a saber.
Do I know
Didn't
anything about unicorns?
Expect that to happen.
You know they're magical as fuck.
Sister?
And the unicorn just
That's
looks around and goes,
something
I don't mean to ask questions as to why I'm here. Do you happen to know how to get back home?
Whoop.
Uh,
Where is home?
Well, I was grazing on this wonderful grass in the astral plane, and now I'm here.
This is not the astral
I'm
plane.
gonna look at our map. Our map. Which direction is Willowfall?
You don't know.
Have you ever heard of Willowfall?
Oh.
The Mage City.
I think this is called the material plane.
Ah, the material plane. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, a floating centaur. How is that quaint?
My magic isn't working. As you see, I no longer have
Well-
fur.
It not exactly accurate.
She's floating now when I was just trying to purify food and drink.
All the extra energy mixed with what you and I are doing is causing unexpected results.
How do we work around it? Or with it?
That is a very good question.
From what it sounds like, we
It's
don't use
commonly
magic.
No, that's never the answer.
Carefully is the choice word.
Extremely carefully. As you can see, few random effects can.
So,
The unicorn looks around and is like, so, if a centaur warband are a bunch of cavaliers, can they ride each other into combat?
If they can, does that would that also then increase the number of centaurs after about 9 months or so?
You want to run that by me again?
Everything just came to a screeching halt.
No.
I'm feeling very unsafe.
you did that to yourself there.
I know.
Oh my god, this is just pandemonium.
So, Mr. Unicorn, you have any idea how to deal with this wild magic stuff?
Why would I know how to deal with the wild magic? I am simply but a unicorn.
I've just heard that you guys are extremely powerfully magical.
If you come across a rogue and they offer you food, their tricks can be magically delicious.
Okay. Well,
Alright, you.
if you...
I like him.
I mean, it's fantastic, but... Well, we have food here if you want to eat this meat. I got some cheese.
I'm a vegetarian.
I got cheese. No, don't do cheese either? Okay.
You're just... What the fuck is going...
She's still
Eventually-
floating there?
Yeah.
She upside down?
No, he stabilized her.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll check to see if I got anything that a unicorn might want. Come on, Sean.
This is not how I imagined today going. I'm gonna go and see what I can do about this. I point to the infected, weird, mutated food.
It's been cured.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, it's been cured twice now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna go make something with this.
So it's an additional effect, not a replacement effect.
Right.
Okay.
Because of what I rolled, effects can happen. And after about a minute or so, the unicorn just...
Oh.
Well, That
I was
was
kind of hoping he was going to stick around. We didn't even get his name.
And after a little while, you start drifting back down to the ground, and Mongo stabilizes you and gets you back on the ground safely.
At least it's a slow drift down. It's not just.
No, I was at 23 to just make something. Probably just like a stew or something.
Now you're just showing off.
It's Tom's spirit animal.
Unicorn?
Bad joke, unicorn.
Tom coming in with horrifying philosophical questions.
A punicorn. Okay.
Yeah,
A punicorn.
He's very
punicorn.
punicorny.
No, I was at 23 just to make a simple stew.
Oh yeah, he's showing off. He's making a stew.
We'll just make sure some of the lights show off the disco ball.
Dick.
How many fucking ball bearings did you get stuck to me? You've earned this, pal.
I'm sure you're probably like, I'm done for the day. I'm gonna eat and go to bed.
Yeah, Cayenne's eating any raw strips of meat at this point.
Oh, it's
He's
easy enough. You have just a full heart to eat.
I volunteer first
saving
watch.
the heart as a trinket for the corns.
Oh, the heart's like massive. It's like
Yeah.
it-
Stab.
I volunteer first watch.
We're doing watches now? Okay.
Fail second.
I will now cast the alarm in the 4,000 square feet
Yeah.
space.
All right.
2 feet high, 4,000 feet out.
That's so unnecessary. Like, that's gonna trigger fucking every little bug.
No.
I love you, dice, because you roll interesting.
Man, like, also, things can fucking fly.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? I'm thinking Nikolai's thinking, oh, this is perfect because it's his height.
Yeah, exactly. It's your height. I could do it 5 feet high, which the birds are 12 feet high.
Cayenne is 5'3".
Okay, so 5 feet high, 6 feet high, and then 6 times whatever to make 8,000. 8,000 divided by 6 equals. So up to 1,333 feet out. Centered on the can.
Does
6
it
feet
usually
high.
let you change the size of it?
Well, we're having a discussion on how to do the alarm.
Why?
Can't
Fucking
wait
child.
to see if this warrants a new character or not.
Oh yeah, does that mean that you're like floating asleep now?
No, she
No,
came
the
back in.
floating stopped.
Okay.
Where were you when this discussion was had?
Oh, God, does that mean he got you a little high?
No, 20-foot radius per the actual thing.
20-foot cube. The space of a 20-foot cube. 20 times 20 times 20 is 8,000.
No, we're going 20,
Uh-huh.
20, 20.
Which is 8,000. It's 8,000 cubic feet.
Stop. There's some really nasty stuff on this chart.
I know.
Pretty great.
I've got a big nerve.
But we
Well,
have
during the
gold
summer.
bulbs that are going to eat us. As much notice as possible is a good idea, I think.
Alright, well, I need to roll because you just cast a fucking alarm. Okay, well, that'll work. Oh no. I need to go look this up.
What did you do?
Oh, God.
Okay. Ah. Okay. Alright. Okay.
Oh, that felt good. That hurt. That felt good.
I need each of you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, Nikolai, what did you do?
Sorry, I won't protect the party as best I can.
That was a 19.
You're good.
Okay.
7.
Okay.
6.
Okay.
17.
17. All right. Let me roll for the birds and Nipsey and Ace and the ferret.
Fuse.
Noodle.
Noodle. Oh, and Fuse. Oh, I need
Swear
one.
to God, if anything happens to my fair, I'm fucking punch you.
Sorry, I thought it was important to try to protect the camp. Maybe that's a bad
Skipping
idea.
the asking how to do this carefully after wild magic was just explained.
Okay. So, Mongo, what was your roll?
17.
17. You're good. Scabbard.
6.
I didn't need your roll. Scabbard. Noodle. Not Fuse. Red and Boo. No. Try as hard with the dice here. Red and Ace. Okay. Go back over here to read this. Okay, centered. And how many creatures?
What?
Okay, that many. And now I need to roll a d10.
Wild magic, ladies and gentlemen.
Why do I have
9.
this sudden urge to throw things at
I think everybody's going to be turned into a Petunia, it seems.
Are we going to find out more about the universe if any of us say, oh no, not again?
So, as he casts Alarm, he also casts Confusion within a 90-foot radius.
Oh, lovely.
And everybody's just moving in random directions away from each other.
Great.
Except for those that saved.
It was just me and Cayenne.
Essentially, yeah.
So we're just wandering off into the forest.
For the next minute, yeah. You just see them all scatter off into the forest.
Where'd everybody go?
Are we like walking or is this like full on sprint?
I would say choice on that.
Kind of just random direction, I guess.
You can roll a d8 to determine the direction.
There we go.
Sure, why not?
Now that'd be a 5.
Think of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
7.
Clockwise. 1, 2, 5. So behind you. Whatever direction you.
Back and to the left. Oh, great. Okay.
Back to left as well, actually. But like,
I need an hourglass here or a timer just to determine
How
how
long?
long.
90 minutes?
A minute.
A minute? Oh, okay.
If it was 90 minutes, you'd never see anybody again.
That would suck.
Where'd they go? Who knows? New characters, I guess.
Oh.
Shit. Well, do I know alarm went off?
You're like, oh, it worked.
Okay, cool. I know alarm worked. Okay. I know everybody's prepping up for preparing the camp.
So you're assuming everybody just went off to get preparations for
Yeah, I don't. Unless there's something that triggers that can tell me that some wild magic effect went off, then
It just happens.
yeah.
But after a while, you hear rustling around and stuff, and you're assuming they went off to get things. And eventually, you come to your senses, Mongo, and you're standing in the forest and you're looking around, and you're like, "Where the fuck am I?"
Oh, fuck. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Cast a fucking spell.
And the same thing happens to you.
how did I get here? Hello?
You hear that off in the forest somewhere.
Does it sound like Scabbard?
No noodle.
Where the Oh, I'm gonna fucking punch, brother.
Does it sound like Scabbard?
Intelligence.
Yeah, trying to find Noodle.
You can always decast him and recast him.
That's not funny.
25.
25?
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like Scav.
Okay. Just holler back. Over here, Scabbard.
Survival.
Trying to find Noodle.
Okay. Survival.
23.
23? You know exactly where it's coming from. You're like, oh, that way.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
only a couple hundred feet away.
6.
How did I get over here? Okay.
You start walking around in the forest and you just kind of split. You look down and some weird animal leftovers from what it had eaten.
Yuck. More yuck.
Mongo!
Oh, I'm going good.
You wouldn't know shit.
No, there's plenty of that.
Well, you wouldn't know that Mongo is lost.
I'm just calling out to everybody. Like, Mongo? And?
Guess I try to find Noodle again.
Okay.
Nikolai? I'm just trying to keep that bearing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time I hear him, I'll holler,
Marco.
over here, where are you?
Hello. What was that?
That was a 5.
A 5? Keep walking.
Fucking deck, Nikolai.
You walk. You push past your branch, and you walk past it. And it comes back and thwacks you in the back of the head.
It's just taking a minute and seething right now.
Noodle's out in the forest all by himself, off in a random direction.
Noodle, where are you, buddy? I'm gonna try to see if there's any sort of response from him.
Don't familiars have no familiars and casters, I guess, have a psychic link to each other?
He hasn't realized that yet.
Oh.
I don't think Mongo's ever even used that, so he actually...
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
even actually see through your familiar's eyes.
Again, a thing I've never really done.
Yep, he's never done that. Eventually the birds come wandering back.
In an area filled with wild magic, it might not be the best idea.
Ace comes wandering back too.
Hey, buddy.
You suddenly see the world
What'd you
as
find?
it really is.
He holds up a stick.
Dude, if you're going to wander off looking for resources, you got to, like, bring more wood.
He hits a rock with it.
Ace found his first club.
He went clubbing.
You got enough food, Ace?
He checks his junk bag.
Yes? Good?
Yeah, he's fine.
Okay, cool.
Eventually Scabbard comes walking back into the encampment too.
Well, you wander off to get stuff and you come back empty-handed?
I don't even know where I went. What happened?
You went that direction that you just came from. Like, I don't know, a minute ago.
I never... I blinked and I was suddenly here. Or there. And now I'm here.
Survival.
What the fuck?
What did you do?
All I did was cast alarm on our camp.
Stop casting spells!
Okay, so we just get eaten by kobolds with no warning.
That's cocked.
We've just learned that we shouldn't be doing that on all... with no regard to
He
safety.
just said be careful, and I was careful. I made sure I cast the spell right.
7.
Clearly.
7?
Where's Mongo?
I don't know. He went out that way
The
to
rat's
go
getting
look for stuff, I
decked
guess.
for sure.
You realize that Mongo, the most unnature equivalent of the group, is lost in the forest by himself.
We need to find him.
You're walking along and you kick a rock and you feel one of your
Oh,
claws
stay
break.
here. Nikolai, you especially stay here. You are not allowed to come out into these woods for any reason whatsoever, and if you do, I'll make sure I leave you here.
What?
And heads off to go find Mongo.
Survival.
How thick is the canopy?
You can't see the stars.
Can't see through it. Can't see the sky. Okay.
That is a modified 20.
you wander into the forest, and the birds go with you, and takes you a little bit of time, but eventually you find Mongo by the loud scream that he does as he kicks a rock.
Mongo.
Oh, there's one. My favorite sibling.
Gonna just grab, puts on Blue, the kinder one.
We need to find Noodle.
Be much quicker on the back of a bird. And
Oh
plus
my
your
God.
feet won't be in yuck.
This is true. I've seemed to have found all of the yucky things out there.
At least this time the
And
party will
soon,
be able to
Nikolai
see the
will be as
bruises
well.
left behind.
I feel the sentiment. So with the bird's help and Mongo now on Blue's back, we're gonna find Noodle.
Yeah, survival. This is your bread and butter right here. Survival and nature. And you're back in camp with,
Thank you very
Making
much.
sure Tweedledee here doesn't get into more trouble.
Okay.
I really appreciate that.
do an
Again,
Arcana for me.
All right.
I'll take that modified 20 again.
Your guys are out in the forest for the better part of an hour trying to find Noodle. And you're just going into full panic mode. You're like, my little Noodle, it's out here all alone, unprotected, out exposed to the elements.
I'm gonna take a page out of Cayenne's book.
15.
Just stare.
He cast the spell right.
What was your Arcana?
15.
15?
Mhm.
You're realizing that you're going to have to take extra precautions when you cast spells and probably take 10 each time you cast a spell. Or at least take 5.
All right.
But you do see, you do spot like one of the wild dogs here. Not one of the spotted dogs, but it's one of the wild dogs that roams about. And there's this log that's kind of cropped up, and it's just trying to climb up into that log, and it's trying to get at something inside of the log.
I'm gonna, since Red is not occupied at the
The real
moment,
ferrets don't taste
I'm
good.
gonna get Red to go over there and scare the dog away.
I see a war face from Mongo for once here. What are you doing, Mongo?
Remembering the best activation code.
For what?
Because Noodle has the vest on.
Oh. What are you doing?
That damn thing takes one attempted bite at Noodle.
Oh, it's been trying to take many.
Want a new fur coat?
Sure.
Alright, what are you doing there, Mongo? I need to know. Do you go back to making more food? Or prepping the food?
I'm just
Food's
working
been
on,
prepped.
working on my house.
Just divvying it out and working on
Magic's a little too
sharpening some.
wild. No, wait.
Actually, not even that. Probably just looking for pieces of wood to get the fire going.
Do I know Noodle's basically in a life-threatening danger?
Can't tell.
Because if it is, that's going to do one thing. If it isn't, it's going to do another.
What are you gonna do?
I need to know if he's, like...
The
Yeah.
dog got him in a log and trying to eat him.
If,
The dog is trying to claw into said log and trying to get in there to eat.
Something.
So it is a life-threatening
If
situation.
that is Noodle, yes.
Hence why I said Cayenne is going to send Red over to try to scare said dog away.
I'm about to make shit a lot worse.
What are you gonna do?
Oh, it's okay for you to make shit worse. But
Hey,
I
his
try
little
to
noodle is
help.
hanging out in the wild,
Yeah.
unprotected. The dog's trying to bite off his little noodle.
So yeah, I'm jumping off of Blue, going over there.
Acrobatics. Because
You're 12 feet in the air.
You just faceplant.
That's 18.
Okay.
It, you
I hero landing.
you feel it in your knees and your ankles and your lower back.
Oh, I should have done that. Those hurt.
Your little paws are too soft for a hero landing.
Yeah.
You even hear the
Yeah,
creak
work
of
on
his
those
bones as he
calluses there.
lands.
I hear the earth go.
Look, you're a cat, but you're not that graceful.
It's about as graceful as a jello ball falling from a high place.
Wow.
I'm just gathering some wood to
So-
add to the fire.
This is gonna happen.
Go for it, bud. Come on,
Yeah,
pitter patter.
He's basically gonna create a small ball of energy in his paw and have his claws absorb it. So that's bonus action hex.
Oh, casting
Eldritch
hex.
Blast.
Okay,
Oh. Okay.
roll it.
I'm kinda not fucking around here.
Eldritch Blast. That's warlock magic.
Mongo doesn't know he can do this yet.
Okay.
Oh. Apparently Mongo is really not fucking around right now.
Did that just do what I think it did?
Fuck, I haven't even used this spell, and I don't know where the fuck it is. What fucking level is it even?
It's a cantrip.
It's a cantrip.
That's
Yeah.
why I can't find it.
And for
okay.
each level you go up, I think it adds a
Oh.
beam.
Luckily D&D Beyond calculates that for you, so that's it. 23 to hit.
I would hit. Roll the damage. Dogs don't have that much life.
It's just a wild
So
dog.
that-
4 hit points maybe.
12 from the Eldritch Blast, and then plus the Hex, that's another D6,
Jeez.
which is another 6.
Yeah, so you see Mongo jump off, hero landing. You see him get really angry. And he pulls up his sleeves, and you see this energy gathering in his hands, and he swipes at it, and you see these weird symbols you never seen before appear above this dog. And the dog turns around, and he basically Goku's this thing, this big blast, and he goes flying backwards and stumbles over himself from the blast. And you see it hit this dog and just. It's like someone blew up a water balloon of blood.
I imagine that one scene from Supernatural. Just and then just.
See, I see
Looking
that bit
between the
from,
dog and
Three Musketeers,
Mongo,
Three
like,
Amigos,
what the
where Martin
fuck?
Short uses a real gun and just goes flying back.
Yeah.
But after a moment, I'm going to be going over to the log.
Now you peek in the log and you get whacked on the nose right by Noodle from a stick.
Noodle!
And Noodle comes out and hugs your face. And you can see a little scratch across their nose.
No!
I feel a lot less bad about
I'm
this.
gonna tear off a tiny piece of fabric and gently dab Noodle's nose.
And you can see little wet spots where Noodle's been crying the entire time.
Oh, Noodle! Yeah, I'm gonna be cleaning up Noodle's face.
And you're laying over there on your back, Mongo. Your hands are smoldering. They kind of sting a little bit. It's like if you slapped a tile floor really hard with your hand.
Damn.
Or someone's
And-
ass really hard.
I still had 3 good berries left, so I'm gonna give a good berry to Noodle.
Thank you.
And yeah, Noodle takes it, starts chewing on it, and looks up at you, sniffling a little bit.
It's okay now.
And you're over there laying on your back, and your paws are smoldering.
Gotta get up
They have
and go.
smoldering intensity.
Sweet, my hands rock.
Go over.
Yep.
One of the birds picks up a piece of the thing and gives it to
Cayenne's basically holding Noodle like this, so Noodle's on their back and holding the berry.
the birds are just playing with the remains. Yeah.
You probably could have just yelled at it.
No, that thing just got one punch man. One
Throw a
Mongo
rock at it, it'll go away.
One claw?
just pop.
Annihilated. Goku'd. That's the phrase you went with.
Yes.
Tom Yowd?
Got demolished.
I'm just working on my house while waiting for
Yeah.
people to
Yeah,
come back.
I'm sure you take Noodle.
Yo, yeah.
Got
Eventually-
the bonfire going.
Eventually, Cayenne and the birds and Mongo come walking back into the camp.
No,
And Boo has a piece of the dog on its head, like a hat.
Well, it all worked out. I made Blue a new headdress. That's good.
I would have taken at least like any kind of like intact bone piece, whether it be like a vertebrae or part of the jawbone or something for a trinket.
High or low?
Hi.
you just wanted to touch it.
Oh, nice. You actually get the whole skull. I mean, you found it and you picked it up and the meat just kind of slurped off. And the jaw is barely hitting on with like a tendon at that point.
Just out of player curiosity, what was its HP?
It's like 5.
Oh, fuck!
You overkilled, like, tremendously there,
You killed
dude.
it 3
You,
times over.
you TPK'd and then some.
It's
I
like-
think you just killed its ghost too.
Yeah, you killed it 3 times over.
You TPK'd it and then you ghost busted it.
Was it like a total of 25 they did?
Something like that. Yeah,
It's
it
like
was
5 times over.
No, I didn't quite hit 20.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It was
event-
12
Like-
and 6.
but
Okay.
yeah, eventually
So
they
18,
come
okay.
walking back in and
3 plus times over.
Yeah, the heart is definitely like stabbed
Yeah, it's like
onto
18.
the. It's at least got 2 of the points of like the antler like stabbed through it, so it's more secure. So it sits
Easy
like
enough.
right in the crook.
yeah, that's easy enough to do. So now that you're back in the camp,
You look a little worse for wear.
I'm just working on the little house.
I'm gonna choke slam Nikolai.
roll the grapple there, buddy. Strength.
He would have disadvantage on that.
That's right. Yes.
Ace is right there with me, buddy.
Well, that was meant to be. Double 8s. So you at least have a fuzzy paw around your neck.
Or you hit a metal monkey while trying to do something.
You try to walk over there, and Ace reaches out and grabs your little jacket, and you're just walking in place.
Oh yeah, no, the little paws are still fucking going.
Then he just picks you up.
Reaching out, trying to fucking strangle him.
How oblivious am I while working on this house?
Dude, I don't even have to say how oblivious you are.
Okay, so
You're
I don't know what's
Nikolai.
happening. All right, yeah, working on the house. I got an alarm going. We're safe.
The next fucking time you decide to cast something in a wild magic area, how about you try being a little fucking cautious?
I was.
No, you
No,
weren't.
you fucking weren't.
What the hell's up with you?
You could have killed Noodle.
How?
Whatever fucking effect decided to happen with your little helpful spell that you did caused, for some reason, not me and you to leave, but everyone the fuck else. And Noodle was
Okay, so
almost
you didn't
eaten.
wander off to get something. You just wandered off because of some type of spell effect.
Yeah. And
Without control.
you realize you need to take 5 and possibly 10 to make sure things go off safely.
Okay. Sorry,
Yeah.
I thought
Noodle
a horde
was
of
almost
kobolds
fucking
was
eaten
like
by some
important
fucking
to like
dog.
try to at least know that we're coming.
In Nikolai's defense, it was a good idea, but it was very poorly executed.
Humphreys,
Poorly, I can say it worked just fine.
Humphrey speaks up. Mouse has a point. Cat has a point. Scratching Post has a point.
Scratching Post.
The adventure party laughed. The table laughed. The barkeep laughed.
This is out loud?
Yeah, you can all hear this.
Yeah, Humphrey. Your attitude has improved a lot more. We need to make sure we get you to a spa more often, buddy.
Because you mentioning wild magic, Humphrey, I have a question if you don't mind answering.
Okay.
Given what Mongo told us about wild magic, I know he mentioned that you have to take like 5 or take
Yeah, we just be
10.
more careful. Sorry.
What do you know about wild magic? Like, are there loopholes or things to where you can be more successful with? Because I'm not sure.
Let's see what he can explain to you in non-Humphrey terms. Oh, good. Humphrey's like, okay, gather around the fire, story time with Humphrey. And hot chocolate just appears in all of your hands.
Fuck.
Okay, is this wild magic? Who cast the spell? It wasn't me!
Mongo's
Don't look
too
at me.
pissed right now to fucking think straight.
I will hold and intently listen.
Yeah, there's marshmallows floating on the top, some grated up like
No,
peppermint on top.
Take a seat and watch.
And it's not hot enough where it's gonna scald your mouth, but it's that nice little warm.
That perfect temperature
Yeah.
area. Yeah.
And we're gonna go ahead and take our 30-minute break, and then when we get back, we'll do story time with Humphrey. Yeah. All right, we're gonna take our 30-minute break, get some food on us, and come back and pick right back up with the chaos.
Yeah.
update the stats on the stat blocks.
Pinecone.
People have taken stat modifiers?
The updates for the levels.
Oh, levels.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. We're back, and we're going to jump into the Humphrey story time. Actually, no, we're just going to bypass that and leave it to people's imagination.
No, let's do story time.
All right. Twist my arms here. Let's go. Okay. So you guys each have hot chocolate now. Noodle even has a little cup of hot chocolate.
So my cup is small too?
Yeah.
Like, cool.
Perfect size for everybody.
Yep. Even the birds have a cup of hot chocolate, and they're looking at it and just kind of pecking at it, like, what the fuck is this? And it's kind of like one of those non-knockable cups you can't knock over. They're like pecking at it, and it like wobbles a little bit, but they can't knock it over.
You have to like
He
try.
gave the cups, or he gave the birds, Weeble Wobble cups of hot chocolate.
Yep.
So
And,
much about this hat, I don't fucking know.
And Ace has a cup of hot chocolate, but it's like molten slag.
Appropriate.
So everybody's well prepared for story time. Humphrey's like, ah, yes, wild magic. Something I am an expert in. What was I saying? Ah, right, wild magic.
You're an expert in it.
Yes.
Awesome.
Did you know that there is an entire plane of existence that is wild magic?
That sounds terrible.
It often lives next to the Feywild.
Hmm.
Quite interesting. Overlaps a bit. Bleeds over here too in the ley lines. Ever since the last cataclysm, the ley lines have kind of fractured, and now wild magic is a lot more prominent.
I've heard that.
That does explain one or two things.
But wild magic is quite wild, and there's sorcerers and wizards that partake in it. Even some druids partake in it. Druids that harness wild magic can do unfathomable magical things or druidic things that's quite horrifying, such as a piranha T-Rex that can fly.
A flying fish dinosaur?
No, it's a dinosaur that has the teeth of a piranha and an appetite of an endless abyss that can fly.
I don't like
Why the
this.
fuck would somebody make that?
I don't know. Blame Cayenne's mother.
I'm sorry. One more time?
Cayenne's just like, the fuck?
I'm supposed to be like her? That's what archdruids are supposed to do?
Create random fucking shit like that. That was his idea.
Couldn't
What?
your mom create random things out of...
Yeah, wasn't your mom
Air?
the one that could just make stuff appear?
Oh, that's not even the worst thing that she created. They were traveling the high seas, and we were enjoying the sights and the sounds of the high seas, and we encountered some issues, and she conjured up a kraken of sorts, and between Nikolai's father and her, it was a gunslinger squid.
That's cool. Can you show me what that looked like?
Can you elaborate a little bit there?
Like one of these things? Pull out the spellable.
Time out.
Wild magic can be both treacherous and amazing.
Can we rewind just a sec? I just want to make sure I heard that right. You said gunslinging squid.
Yes.
And Kraken-esque, so it was big?
Yes.
Whoa.
It's
What
used
the fuck was it? Guns? Fucking ship cannons?
yes, port cannons, specifically. And between the party, they provided unlimited ammunition.
I don't know the situation that would necessitate that being the best fucking plan of it. Oh, what the fuck did I get into?
I mean, if you got something to blow up, why
This
not
is
go
the
out
fucking
gloriously?
reason we're not using any of the Dwarven Ale because I think that's going to be my new coping mechanism.
No.
Oh my god. Octopus.
What was that?
Cheers to whoever came up with that one.
Gloctopus.
Gloctopus. Gloctopus.
It was quite glorious as he fired it off and proceeded to say, "Do you feel lucky, punk? Do you?"
That's pretty great.
He had a 10-gallon hat made from a ship. That had more cannons and a full crew.
Your mother did that?
Wait,
And my father helped?
Apparently my mom has done many things.
Gloctopus.
Needs to be art of it.
I'm just picturing a squid. Pew pew, motherfuckers.
Holding cannons like 6-shooters. This is awesome. I want to see this.
Oh, yes.
If
This
Clint
is-
Eastwood voice Squidward? What the fuck?
Welcome to the wild imagination that is the DM for this campaign. It was glorious, quite explosive and deafening. I provided earmuffs for the party.
Well, that's nice.
Quite kind of you.
So it was an 8-legged stranger. 8 big irons on his hips.
Do they even have hips? That's the question. Do they even have hips?
Could he do the twirling thing?
But
Maybe.
wild magic, if you take your time to actually cast the spells, they have a much better success of actually succeeding.
So they can fail too?
Oh yes, and
You didn't tell me that.
The effects are quite catastrophic. Once, your mother failed a spell, and an entire ocean disappeared. But it was later found across the world.
What?
Like my mom or his mom.
Or my mom.
Yes! Yes, of course. The details are a little fuzzy.
I see what you did there.
Put in a fucking ocean?
The loss of sea life must have been catastrophic.
Oh, do we have to keep using that word? I really feel called out by it.
What?
Your father actually coined the term catastrophic for when he got really down and dirty with his spell casting. He once pulled from the party their spell slots and proceeded to cast a fireball spell.
So his father could steal everybody else's spell ability?
I just... Like, I cast the fuck out of it, and now all of a sudden they lose spell slots?
Well, you just gotta try.
Please don't. Or do, but let us know.
When the fuck did that be... I don't even know who's fucking asking this question right now. When the fuck did that become a possibility?
Welcome to D&D.
How do we do that?
Carefully. And with consent.
Okay.
Consensual spellcasting is very important. Unconsensual spellcasting is very inappropriate. You shouldn't touch a wizard that way or a spellcaster.
So we can combine our spell casting abilities?
I mean, why wouldn't you?
Because I didn't know it could happen. I mean, Cayenne and Mongo and me cast like the same kind of spells. Cayenne cast totally different spells.
Well,
Do they all have to be like the same type of casters?
well, weird things did happen when I used my prayer circle and he used his identification circle.
Whoa, we gotta try this, brother.
My nose is bleeding.
We could,
The amount of lore dump here is overwhelming for
We
Tom.
could put on a show with identifying
you're gonna be
prestidigitation.
getting a bit of a questionnaire about this later. Just letting you know.
It's quite impressive what a group of adventurers can do, especially what your mother did to me. I thank her for protecting me from the evils that are out there.
Bless you, kitty. Okay.
So, I recommend using caution
Like-
to cast your spells while in the presence of wild magic.
Okay. So does using caution allow you to be able to cast without any effects? Or control the effects?
It removes the chance that it could be less disastrous.
So it doesn't prevent it. It just makes it less likely to happen.
No, he said
I once
the
also-
number of variables that are going on, there's no way any one person can actually figure all of them out. It's just like the worst thing that'll happen is
The least likely.
somebody's hair falls out, not sends everybody in a random fucking direction.
Oh, that's not the worst problem that I've ever seen. Someone once cast wild magic and their skin fell off, and they had to deal with that for 2 days.
That sounds painful.
Ow.
They felt quite exposed to the elements.
Yeah. Okay. So I earlier I used a produce flame. It's one of the really low level spells. I'm sure you know about it. And nothing happened but fire. Does it only affect higher level spells?
Oh no, it can affect any spell. Mostly Arcana, since the ley line is Arcana, it's a different source of magic.
So Cayenne spells are kind of safe?
Oh, she's nature, isn't she?
Yeah.
That's cool. Okay.
Scavard is special. He worships a god, but he's unsure if he worships a god.
Wait a minute.
You're not a god, you can't worship yourself.
Ah, yes, your father once met a bard where all of his spell casting came from his crotch. His name was Bowie.
I love that. Now that's somebody you could worship.
What kind of bard?
He was a dancing bard. He often had a
Magic
fascination with labyrinths as well. He was a self-proclaimed goblin king.
Such
yeah.
a good movie for anyone out there. Who has
Come
not
on,
seen
keep
it.
up with me.
I love that movie so much. Such a fucking classic.
Ugh. Okay, so take extra time to cast the spells, and you can reduce the effects of this wild magic. Nature spells don't get affected by this?
I don't see why.
Oh, okay.
Unless she happens to be a wild magic druid. Cayenne's like, oh god.
The magic that I pull from is mostly nature and divine in nature. Would that be affected by it?
If you don't have faith, your magic will suck.
Okay.
It's like a bunch of pirates on shore leave when they go to the cheapest whorehouse. Expect diseases that they need restoration to fix.
Okay.
Thank you for the information there,
Just the
Humphrey.
thought, just the thought of diseases getting cured by restoration's hilarious.
Oh yeah, there's a few spells like mummy rot and things like that where things just start falling apart. There's also brain rot, where you're physically okay, but your brain literally turns to like soup over time, and you go mad and eventually die.
Yeah, funny thing. Haven't heard of those spells.
They're curses. They're not spells.
That's probably why.
Yeah, restoration handles usually a lot of that stuff.
I think clerics are the ones that just are immune to diseases.
Paladins too.
Do they?
Yeah.
Mongo, roll a will check for me,
No
please.
fuck.
Pretty pleased with carrots on
Yeah,
it.
paladins. This paladin's actually not clerics. If I remember correctly.
Is that wisdom?
You know.
Yep.
13.
Sir,
13?
Check your characteristics.
So, Mongo, as you're
Which isn't
standing there
something
contemplating this, you're suddenly there in the view of Humphrey, and you're
Some will even say. that's difficult
feel
to get
suddenly
when you're
disconnected, where you can't
Probably
do
later
anything.
gone.
And you hear talking, and it's Munchkin Tabaxi talking, and you look. The point of view shifts, and it's your father walking next to whoever they're talking to, and you can assume it's your mother. He's like, your father's like, we're gonna go see your parents and my parents and decide on the names of our children. I don't feel safe about this. Your father is a barbarian and a wizard. And she's like, it's okay. I mean, he's a grandpa now. He's like, that doesn't make it any safer.
So,
Your
mom's.
mom's dad.
Oh,
Your grandfather on your mother's side.
And she looks over at him, and she's like, and your parents are a bard and a noble knight.
yeah, I can't write that fast. Oh.
I don't see what the problem is.
And then it was, yeah, Dad was his parents are
A bard and a noble knight.
fucking shocker on one of those. Who is who? Was Grandma the bard or was Dad? Or
The dad.
Why am I not fucking surprised?
And eventually a house comes into view, and it's a nice little house, almost like a hobbit hole type of house.
Wait, so Mom's the noble knight?
Yeah.
Fuck, go Grandma.
And there's a scarecrow out front in the crops, and it's her old armor, essentially, that she got for retiring. Noble knights retire, and they get really fancy armor. She decided to turn it into a scarecrow.
It's probably more for fashion than anything.
And they walk by, and they hit a small tripwire, and they pause for a moment, and the scarecrow moves and swings the sword a little bit, and then just goes back to being idle. And they go up to the
That
front.
would sell Grandpa.
And they go up to the front door, and these old Munchkin Tabaxis answer, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we have all the family here because it's customary for if you actually survive this long and have children that you consult your elders to actually come up with the names." What names are you thinking of? Oh, come in and have tea and drinks. It's okay. And the mom's like, tea? Really? Tea? You're insulting them. We're gonna have traditional Tabaxi drink. Munchkin Tabaxi drink. Horchata.
Pretty good stuff.
But it's going to be my style. And he's like, they have sensitive stomachs. They're not well versed. And your mom's like, give me the strong stuff.
Strong stuff, horchata? Oh, no.
And she's like, ah, the pepper of a ghost it is.
Ooh, spicy horchata. I don't know if I like
You
that
know
idea.
what? A little bit of heat on that actually wouldn't be too bad. It'd be kind of warming.
I will let
Nice.
you know.
But like
It's
fucking
actually
ghost
kind of
peppers.
nice.
And they go in and they go around the actual dinner table, and it's a really nice, homey place. There's, chandeliers hanging. And so, what are you gonna name the kids? After us, possibly? And she's like, yeah, we've already decided on a name of the kids. Our girl, if that's what it is going to be named after you. And she's like, oh, I'm honored. Then she's like, well, you did actually successfully talk down an ancient green dragon and then eventually turn them into, well, she points over and there's like this big wall tapestry and this big giant skull there.
She talked him down and then filleted him.
Yep.
Our parents are freakily powerful.
So, what's the name if it's going to be a boy? And they're like, well, we're going to take each of your names and kind of combine them together into one. And grandpas are like, well, can't argue with that logic. I mean, we are great. And your dad's like, except for Presto, that's too cliche.
Ah!
And the grandpa's like, well, I don't expect you to use my stage name. And the mom looks over and is like, Presto, the Blasto, the Great, you need to work on that.
Presto Blasto the Great.
And the conversation goes on a bit longer. And from you guys, Mongo just has been standing there for a few moments. He's in deep thought. Thinking about something. He's kind of standing there holding his drink, staring at it. And about a minute goes by, and you're just suddenly looking at your drink. Realizing that you and your sister were named after your grandparents.
That's cool.
Oh shit. Oh, what the hell?
And it was such a vivid memory that you can feel the sun and smell the smells and everything like that.
Start looking around trying to figure out what the hell just happened.
You see your party, your family looking at you, and it's kind of a bit concerning because he's looking around like, and you're assuming another wild magic spell happened.
It wasn't me. Bongo?
Sorry, I was somewhere else for a minute.
Move the logs
you
of the
cast
fire
the
around
spell?
a little bit and keep it stable.
It wasn't me. On free? Did you cast the spell?
Humphrey's like, why would I do that?
Okay. You alright there, brother?
Yeah, apparently I just saw how much Goodbaxes get named.
Okay. Like, how?
And it's kind of a family thing, apparently.
Oh. No, but like, how did you see how did you see this vision?
Still trying to figure that part out.
Okay. Well, if you need any help, let me know.
Did anybody cast anything?
Not me.
No. I mean, we did have mugs suddenly appear in our hands.
Have you guys been sipping at the hot chocolate?
Yeah.
Oh, it's delicious. It's like that perfect balance of dark chocolate and milk chocolate mixed together.
Was this mom's recipe?
Chuck, do you ask that out loud?
He's still trying to figure out where the fuck
Yeah,
he
yeah.
went.
Bongo's now traumatized for the evening.
Another evening, another trauma.
It wasn't that traumatic. It was just more like, oh, more
kind of
lore.
surprised.
Mongo's continuously traumatized.
And the birds kind of curl up and get comfy and for the night.
Since I'm now furless, I'm gonna take out Mark IV and go sleep in that thing with the little engine engine running.
Sucks being furless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nikolai's probably freezing his ass off right now. Using the produced flame. Nope. Not using produced flame.
Getting icicles on the tail. Hey, look, you feel like me and Cayenne. What are you gonna get up to, Cayenne?
Just spend time by the fire, relaxing for a little bit before going to sleep. Since it's definitely nighttime.
Yeah, Scav.
Taking first watch, so
You had second watch.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Oh, apparently I'm third. I thought
Yeah.
I was second.
All right, you want to be?
I don't care.
Mongo's got a lot to contemplate.
Actually,
Yeah,
no.
just a few.
Actually, Nikolai would probably want last watch. So it lets him get up early to work on stuff.
So third watch for you.
You can have second if you want. It doesn't matter.
Cayenne's just going to sleep, so she gets woke up whenever.
She goes over, flop. And you just hear snoring instantly. Yeah, roll your perception there.
.3.
23.
Yep.
Nothing happens.
I will go ahead and
You doing anything else on your watch, or just doing your watch?
I just tend to the fire. I'll probably work on the wrist shot a little bit.
Tinkering. I'm gonna have you roll a 1.
Almost did.
Oh, don't worry.
Yeah,
I'm
15 is almost rolling a 1, fucker.
5.
5.
2.
You're working on it,
Not that.
and you start bringing back the actual whatever it's called. I don't know off the top of my head right now.
Bell worms.
Yeah, and you pull it back, and you hear a snap.
Throw the broken wood into the fire. Start
Burn,
a new one.
motherfucker. And at that point, your watch is over, so you can wake up Mongo.
Go over and nudge. Hey. Hey.
Mm.
Hey.
Noodle has that stick and smacks your toe.
Ow.
I did also take Magic Stone, so that one's for Noodle. So if he decides to hit Scab with a rock, he can cast Magic Stone on it if he wants.
Ow. Little bad. Mongo,
Good.
your turn to watch.
Mine.
Nothing happens.
Big stretch. I'll get up.
Go lay down and go to bed.
Perception.
Eight.
8. You're really stuck on both your puzzle and memory.
Yep. I'm free.
Hmm? Sea shanty?
Not while everybody else is trying to sleep. You know more about the wild magic than any of us do. Earlier, when Cayenne and the birds helped me find Noodle, I wound up casting a spell, and it seemed, one, I didn't know I could do that, so that's the thing. Two, nothing wild seemed to happen. Is like emotional distress like a factor when you're doing something, or do you just cast some spells and like nothing happens?
Embrace the anger.
Hey, dude, my grandfather was a fucking barbarian, apparently, so.
It's nerd rage.
Hell
he's,
yes,
he's
it is.
playing a wizard.
No, your grandfather was a bard. That was on your mom's side. So yeah, technically a grandfather.
Mhm.
Perhaps you just get angry and things happen. Just don't get angry enough where you shit out a laser beam.
Is that a possibility?
Pew.
I'm
The
not sure.
shittiest pew pew ever.
I'm not sure, but sizzling butt cheeks is not a thing I want to experience.
Turn around, bend over, grab your tail.
Kaya just picks him up, footballs him, grabs the tail, and pulls the tail and fires him like a gun.
He has to she has to crank it like a old school crank.
And then give a squeeze.
I don't know who that's worse for. Me or you or the person getting the shit blast. Look on Cheddar's face. It's not happening.
Hi, cheddar cheese.
He is not happy with the noises you're making.
That's why Mongo doesn't wear pants.
Oh.
So if I don't aim and that happens, do I just get... Oh, Christ. Is that how I cast jump?
Oh, it hurts. It hurts so bad. Hey, Sophie Dog.
And all of a sudden, Mongo leapt like 80 feet in the air, and it smells like used corn.
It smells like popcorn.
Remember Fallout 1 when you blow up the porta potty? The whole city just turns into shit.
What is wrong with us?
You started it.
I did not come up with the ass cannon.
But now it's canon.
Oh, Christ.
Oh, man.
So,
So if I'm just on, like, Cayenne's arm, is she just gonna, like, Megatron the fuck out of this?
she
my
has to hold.
ass?
She has to football hold you. Reverse footballing.
Just like, ain't doing it.
I appreciate that. I really do.
Or you could just give him to Ace, and Ace reverse footballs him, cranks him up, and fires.
Would that do psychological damage?
To who? Mongo? Yeah, I'm pretty fucking sure.
How disgraceful for that to happen to you.
I don't
Wait.
need a weapon.
Mongo's a
I am the
weapon of
weapon.
ass destruction. That's fucking great.
He's truly an asshole.
Wow.
So, are you going to end your watch and wake up Cayenne?
Yeah, one more question. Also, during the campfire, I seemed to pop off somewhere. I don't know where I went.
Well, perhaps you went on a magical trip of your mother's.
That's a thing?
Powerful magic can linger forever.
Sorry to be boring you, Sophie. Damn.
God damn, Sophie. She's like, this is boring. Don't worry, kid. It's not canon, but this is.
Yeah, I think we're gonna end the watch there.
You get woken up by Mongo.
Gently, carefully,
From a distance.
with a stick, not mage hand.
He just gently pokes you with the stick.
Just the roughest horse roll that you hear, just hooves slapping.
I see the hoofs. I'm getting the fuck out of the way.
Just worry if she's on her back and she's not moving.
That would be a problem.
It's basically the videos that you see of the horses, like, when you force them to get up, and they're like,
Damn you.
Howdy, child horse.
yeah, basically, like, nails digging into the ground, like, trying to pull self up.
Do you offer some coffee? He offers you some coffee.
Faceplant.
She just face plants into the coffee and you hear like gurgling and slurping. It's like she's just drowning herself in the coffee to absorb it. Some of it's going up your nose, but you don't care at this point.
Exactly.
Acquiring coffee through osmosis?
Dude, we do not need to go back to that.
Coffee. I am coffee.
I am the coffee bean.
Coffee does sound kind of good right now.
Just stab Nikolai and take some of his blood.
No.
It's caffeinated enough. So, what are you going to do on your watch?
Gonna spend time just really think about what it means to be a druid after hearing the story of things my mom have done, especially knowing she has been to the well, you said wild magic plane or the Feywild?
Which one? In what regard?
The one that my mom has been to.
She's been to both.
Yeah, basically thinking about everything she's been told by so far about her mom.
I want you to roll a religion and a nature.
Religion is a natural 20.
Nice.
Nice.
Nature is a 10.
That's not bad.
That's not bad.
So as you're sitting there and you're kind of looking at the campfire, the air kind of shimmers in a weird way. At first, you're kind of like on high alert, and you see this tiefling that walks out of it, and they're wearing beautiful robes, and her face is obscured, and you can see like these beautiful, like almost like gazelle horns coming up, and their skin is just pitch black, but their horns go from black to white towards the top. And they walk over to the fire and they sit down next to you. And they don't say anything. And they're just quiet as they sit there.
Did my alarm go off?
No.
Okay.
And you hear a very soft voice in your head. I grant you this. And as you look around very curiously, you see onto this side of the fire, a ghostly specter comes out and walks over into your direction. Do a perception for me.
22.
Nice.
22. You look over from the tiefling, which is probably already terrifying you enough.
Yeah. Blood's a little cold right now.
And you look off to your right and you see this ethereal figure coming in your direction. And Your blood goes from cold to ice as your heart drops into your stomach. And the figure walks up to you, and it's the ethereal figure of your mother.
Badass.
She's like, "You have questions, my daughter." And she sits down next to you. And she's like, "I don't have long, but it is wonderful to see how you've grown, and I've been watching from the beyond."
I don't even know where to begin. I only met Osling. I've only been told some stories by Humphrey.
Mon goes over there, laying on his back, his hat over his face like a cowboy.
Which he told me of your Gloctopus.
That was a collaboration.
With Nikolai's father.
And Nikolai's mother.
What'd she cook him?
Started out as sushi,
Let's
turned
have
into something
calamari.
totally different.
And you can see like her massive headdress and all the markings on her. It's like she has a different stance than you're used to seeing. She has a very much a warrior stance, a proud stance.
And definitely much larger than me, I'm assuming, or she's only a little larger.
She's a big girl, but not that big. Dad was the big one.
Not Gunnar big.
Oh God. I don't know where to begin. I'm still learning so much. I thought Circle of Spores would have been good for me, but it turns out that path is a very unwise option from what I've seen and from what I'm seeing now.
And then do as the forest roads do and burn it to a cinder.
Well, I am going with my siblings to a temple to destroy it.
I've destroyed a few temples in my time, and it's always a joyous experience, especially the part at the end when you get to cackle maniacally.
Oh, I think we got that part down.
Yeah, we're gonna. If we survive this, we're gonna be cackling like crazy people.
There was an archdruid in Willowfall. She actually mentioned to me that my path is meant to be an archdruid, but I'm still learning everything. This is all extremely new. I don't even know where to begin to get more knowledge. Mongo easily can get his knowledge from school. I can go to druid circles, but archdruids aren't always there, or I normally have to do research on my own.
She nods a bit, and you can hear the slight jingle from all her ornaments. And she looks in your direction, and she just smiles a little bit, and she's like, "The same missteps as me. I wasn't set out to be a druid, I was set out to be one of the battle maidens. And I found myself alone in the forest, walking. And a deity approached me and told me that was not my path. Told me that I was meant to be a druid. Nothing more. I had to find my own footing. And I sought out other deities of nature that showed me further paths to take. Visited archdruids all across the plains. Challenged them and beat them to earn my place. You'll do the same."
I am destined to do so. I just need to get stronger and learn more and find out what I'm capable of. Especially with this new deity that's reaching out to me and has my grim interest for sure.
Meanwhile, the priestess is still sitting there quiet, looking like a visage of death herself.
Yeah, there's still goosebumps on the back of Cayenne's neck with her just sitting there.
And this priestess, she reaches out and she just warms her hands on the fire a little bit.
In awkward silence.
Yeah, and her fingernails come almost to like talons. It's kind of terrifying.
I got an image in my head that doesn't quite relate to that, and it's disgusting. It's fingernail related, but no.
Wow, my brain just went to a place related to Saw. I'm just picturing a saw trap where the person has to make a choice, and there's power drills pushing fingernails or screws into the fingernails.
Stop!
Just like under the bed.
Stop!
Yeah.
Ugh.
You do that with chicken wire.
How about you just don't do that?
Or fiberglass tubes.
How else do you get information?
Ask nicely?
So
Oh, what's the fun in that?
she looks at you again, and she's just looking you up and down. And she's like, "Your father's very proud of you too. The only thing that he asks is that you tame your temper and use it as a weapon, not as a lashing out." His words, not mine.
I will definitely heed those words.
Oh, and if all else fails, have someone blow it up for you.
The brother's survival rate just went up a little bit.
I
Just a
mean-
little bit.
I mean, Scav and Nikolai are very, very good with explosives for sure.
She looks over and she just
Since many, many times.
watches them sleep. She knows where you're at, and she looks over at Scav. She looks over at Mongo. And then she comes back to you and she stands up and she's like, "Well, time is up. But all of us are proud of where you guys are headed. We can't reveal anything since we're gone, except give you reassurance and know that you're on the right path."
Is there any advice that you could give me to give to Mongo? Because a vision that I was given to by Humphrey, a memory, it seemed like you and his mother were pretty close.
We were. We often shared our pains and joys, and I was often the subject of trying new foods. Tell Mongo that his father is proud of the footsteps he's taking. His mother is proud as well.
I will. He's actually getting impressive with the drinks that he makes.
His father was quite the bartender as well.
He'll be happy to know that, for sure. And it was very good to see you.
She just comes over and she hugs you, and it's like this really, almost like drowning warmth. And she just dissipates as she hugs you. And the priestess, she stands up, stretches a little bit, and you see these massive dark wings from her. And she bows to you as they fold in and just disappears into the smoke.
I'll whisper, thank you. Whether it's heard or not, I'm still going to say thank you.
Yeah, and from the garb you saw, that was one of the Lady of Blood's priestesses. Oh yeah, they are.
Creepy ladies, creepy.
And the fact that you're not allowed to see their faces, yeah.
Be even more terrifying if that was a solid black centaur. Like, as tall, if not taller, than Gunnar. And you can't see their face.
Oh, that would make you shit your pants.
I think that would give everyone here coronary. Guarantee it. If they just showed up out of nowhere, gone.
So eventually, you have time to sit there and process this. There's a lot to process.
Yeah, there's probably a decent bit of time that Cayenne is kind of just staring into the fire and not blinking. Like, did that just really happen? Was I just told this? Was I hallucinating? What the fuck did I just smoke?
And then you realize,
what did you do to me?
then you realize you didn't smoke anything. Fuse is over there laying with the birds on his back with the dynamite in his mouth like a bottle.
Aww. Why is that cute for a little death cap?
So your watch eventually comes to an end. You can wake up Lazy Boy over there. You can just pick him up and rattle him awake.
No. I'll use at least a finger to push on his shoulder. To just.
Well, he's in his little
lightly.
machine.
I'm in my machine because I'm cold. Because I have no foot.
I will use the tip of my hoof to. Does it have legs?
Yeah. It's like this orb kind of thing with
Think of it as a crab spider.
like with like 6 legs.
I'll gently knock on one of the legs, but
Like
loud
two
enough
arms?
to where you can hear.
Okay.
You hear this tink, 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 tink.
What?
Pokes his head out. What?
Watch.
Watch what? Oh, my turn. Okay.
Cayenne's like, I'm gonna go pass out and think about what just happened.
Anything happen?
I don't think Cayenne will be able to pass out. And she did pass out kind of earlier than everyone else, so she's
Yeah.
pretty rested at
Yeah,
this
you had
point.
like 6 hours of rest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you can take your watch with him.
Nothing happened last night?
I didn't say that. Nothing bad,
Oh, okay.
but I met my mom.
What? What? Huh? How'd that happen?
It was.
Did you fall asleep?
No,
Oh, okay.
I was at the campfire. I was awake. I was just thinking about things that had happened, the memories that I was told, and about my mom and with Mongo's mom. And out of nowhere, I know it was one of the priestesses of the lady that I praise, the new path that I'm switching to. Really tall, regal tiefling lady comes out of the fire. Like, legit just waltzes out of the fire just really gracefully. Could not see her face at all. Says not a fucking word, except in the softest whisper she says, I grant this to you. And my mom shows up in spectral form.
It must be the ley lines. Like Comfrey talked about. We were really close to her.
But I got to speak to her and ask her questions. And
Did you get answers?
I did.
Okay, so it wasn't some type of deity tricking you. Okay.
No.
Because I hear like they're tricky. They don't like give you answers with their answers.
My mom talked about how it is fun to go to different planes. She mentioned to me that she had thought she'd been destined to be a battle maiden, but she was approached by a deity going on a walk in the woods, and told her she was meant to be a druid because, I'll be honest, sometimes I feel like I don't exactly know what I'm doing. Because being a druid is extremely new. I understand that it's understanding the beauty and protecting
Meanwhile,
the
everybody else
beauty
is snoring.
and the nature of the magic of nature, but
Yeah.
it's still one of those things that I don't exactly know, because the Tinker's Guild, that's a place where you can go to learn things. You have assistants.
Yeah.
Mongo can go to Mage's College.
Mhm.
Scav can train. I can go to a druid circle, but that doesn't mean an archdruid is always going to be there to be able to offer guidance.
Yeah.
I just kind of have to go off on my own and figure it
Well,
out.
I don't know. I learned a lot from, my friends, Gadriel, and and they're better than me, but they're not like
That's the thing.
teachers. So
You
it's-
have people in your trade who have experience within that to give you answers, but as
What-
far as like having extensive knowledge, aside from having to seek out an archdruid who is essentially the teacher,
Yeah.
it's hard.
Well, that's what I was saying. Is like I've never worked with like a professor that like Mongo has worked with. All I've learned by just working with others of the same interest.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so you can work with other druids and just talk
Nikolai,
about things.
do an insight.
Okay.
But I want to say, I think the worst thing is like, remember with Osling how uncomfortable she was in social settings?
Yeah.
That is due in part to the fact that not a lot of people take too kindly to the art that she uses.
It is creepy.
In it may seem that way. Death is one of those things that is inevitable, and it's one of the least beautiful
14.
things of life.
13?
14.
14? You have like a little gear pop in your head, and you're like, oh, druids don't work that way. Well, they can learn basics from other druids, but
Mhm.
primarily all their teaching does come from like an archdruid.
Mm.
It's just like, because it seems like
Are
even
you wasting
the,
your rolls over there?
even the circle that I'm
I don't
going
do
into,
sixes.
trying to go away from spores, because as you saw with the dryad earlier,
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing more evil than I'm seeing good, and
Yeah.
chaos that I'm not wanting any part of with spores now. Granted, I see nothing wrong with Fuse. Fuse is very beneficial and helpful.
Yeah, he's pretty chaotic though.
He is chaotic, but he can be
Well,
very
some of your other
helpful.
little guys. Except
Osling's,
Stella. She's like chill.
Osling's taking care of them, and Blip and Blop are very useful.
Oh,
All
yeah,
of
for
them
sure.
are very
The
useful.
chaos that's happening back home.
Not meaning to imply they're not useful or not great. I'm just the chaos is like hard to deal with.
Out of character, I hope that they're helping train future druids with defensive and offensive abilities. I truly hope that's what they're doing right now.
Picturing them all with like a little bandana, like a martial arts school.
I hope they're
Well,
training
Mongo
future
hears in his
students.
sleep, still asleep, Blip and Blob.
He rolls over and pulls Humphrey over his face.
Make sure I can't get fucking flashbanged again.
And it's like with my circle, the priestess, the only two priestesses that I've seen, you don't see their faces.
Yeah.
They barely speak, and they're extremely secretive.
Yeah.
Druids are very secretive with their information, and it's hard to really learn like the deeper parts of it. Like
Yeah.
truly get instruction and get help when you want to learn to get stronger.
So druids don't like have like just what's it called? Brainstorming. I share my understanding, you share your understanding, maybe we come to a better understanding each of us?
Not exactly.
Huh.
Maybe in times of like extreme danger, like when say a druid circle dwells within a city that's going under attack against like a dragon or something.
Bless.
That may be
Thank
a
you.
time
Sorry.
when
You're okay.
the different circles may come together to brainstorm to help the city. But unless it's a time of extreme danger
Yeah,
or
there's
anything of that nature, any kind of threat, no.
there's primarily the druid circles where essentially you go, druids pass through, but there are hard set tribes out there that just follow specific paths. but they're about as obscure as the knowledge.
Well, you sound like you had a blessed night.
I'm still processing how to take it because you remember it wasn't so much as meeting my mother. The oddest thing was when the priestess left.
Okay.
I've seen very regal tieflings.
Uh-huh.
We met the lord, lady, and princesses back in Willowfall. How many tieflings have you ever seen with wings?
Zero.
Not to mention tieflings with very regal, tall horns, but they're mostly solid black, except for the tips of their horns.
Wow. If you want to describe, I could try to draw that for you.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
basically give the description of the priestess. I wouldn't give any details of the robes, just saying where the
Generalized.
robes. Yeah,
Yeah, because you don't want to give anything away. Yeah.
Okay.
good secrets.
I'll take my
I
time
might get a
on
little mad about that.
it. Okay. Whatever taking my time means to you, let's talk. Okay. 18 plus whatever taking my time means.
Yeah. It's actually quite fascinating as you sit next to Nikolai, no pun intended, being on the same page as him for once. And watching him sketch this out as you give the details, and he's illustrating it beautifully. It's kind of funny, though, watching him work because he's using a full-size scroll sheet, and he's walking across it, drawing the details. It's like drawing a giant mural for him, but it takes the entire time of the watch, essentially, to do it, but he gets through it. And he's just standing there, and he's like on top of his machine looking at his work.
It's like, so I presume I did a really good job. Does it look creepy or mysterious or?
Oh, it terrifies you.
This was a friend, or was friendly?
She was a priestess of the lady.
That's terrifying.
Yeah. When I say my blood ran cold, my blood was cold.
Roll it up.
I don't want to look at this anymore.
She didn't seem malicious at all. I'm pretty sure that if we were in a time of need and might call for their help, you might actually enjoy meeting one of the priestesses, even in a glimpse.
Cool.
Imagine seeing one of the paladins of that lady.
I'm scared.
Manny's like, no.
Please don't tell me. Please don't tell me they're a fucking bugbear. I don't want that.
So he'll roll it up and hand it up to you.
Morning comes soon after, and Scav, I need you to roll an insight and a religion.
Never rolled for perception.
I never asked you to.
Okay.
I will put the scroll into one of my best pockets of holding.
17 for the insight. 21 for the religion.
Scav, you start coming to as the sunlight starts to trickle through, the little light rays coming across. One wakes you up,
It's right in your eye.
and you kind of stretch a little bit, and you wake up, you've been asleep, and you put your hand on the ground, and it instantly jolts you awake. You're like, I'm sleeping on holy ground. This wasn't holy before I went to sleep. You're on sacred ground. It wasn't sacred before you went to sleep.
That's pretty dope.
What happened last night?
Diane has one hell of a story. And I drew a picture for it too.
Something weird happened here.
No shit.
What do
Listen
you-
to her
what do
story.
Well, first, what do you mean?
I'm sensing that this is, well, it feels like sacred grounds.
I
This
reach down and I poke a piece of dirt. Does it feel any different?
No, it feels like dirt to you.
feels safe.
Oh. That's cool.
Didn't
And
feel
it-
like this last night, that's for sure.
It just feels like dirt to me too.
You can try a religion.
Can I try Arcana to see if I see anything that looks funky?
Go for it.
That's a
It's like,
one,
what are you
so
talking
yeah,
about?
it's dirt.
It's dirt.
You start patting your hoof around in the dirt, and you suddenly put your foot into the campfire.
Nope.
Thank
Jerk
you.
that out.
And you realize how hot it is because you put your foot down in the campfire, and you feel one of the hot coals goes right between your that soft spot on the side of your hoof.
Oh.
Yep, and stomping that into the cold dirt.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Let's just say,
Just make a nice poultice with cold earth. Pack it up in there.
19 on Arcana.
You're like, it's dirt.
It's dirt, man. What are you talking about?
it's, I guess it happens to be something that affects me. Being tied with, being more bound towards divine energies.
What?
You could easily put two and two
So-
together what happened.
So Manny has a aura of confusion, and Scav has an aura of
Priestess did
sanctuary.
it, or mom?
That the priestess did it. That
Oh,
she
yeah.
basically blessed the area to be sacred ground while she was there.
That would make sense.
But this is
Obviously.
definitely sacred ground.
Well,
At least it is now.
she has a story that makes sense. That kind of makes sense, probably.
As you're laying there, Mongo, one of the light rays hits you right in the eye, and as you roll over, another one hits your other eye, and you remember the words, flashbang!
Yeah.
You just see a zombie rays.
And you wake up and you're like, oh, it's just light rays coming between the leaves.
Yeah. Slowly get up. Check on Noodle.
Noodle is just like laying there, curled up with Fuse between the two birds.
That's the safest place to be.
So, table's yours, guys.
Use the shrinking ink and put my machine back in my bag of holding. And I guess start helping make like coffee.
So,
Time to make breakfast.
or, yeah,
you're royal. We know that.
he's a royal pain in the ass for sure.
Hey,
You
be
broke
fair-
my machine, man.
I
Ju-
You're-
there's nothing to
I
say.
know you're not versed in it.
I
You're very
yeah.
new, but you've spent more time with the Lord and Lady with after your discovery than we have.
Yup.
So how much do you know about tieflings that have wings?
This instantly sticks out of here like, that doesn't happen.
As far as I'm aware, that's not a thing. But then again, there's a lot to the world we don't know about yet.
Cause I am trying to figure out if the priestess of my lady is from another plane or not. I will. I'm reaching into my vest to show him the scroll,
And you hear this, you're like, the fuck? This is the first thing you hear in the morning.
and I have something to tell you too.
And then you hear that.
But you will definitely need to be. It's nothing bad, but you will definitely need to be closer and sitting down.
I'll take the scroll.
Now he's just panicking.
Yeah. You
No,
open
I'm
up the
just
scroll and you
confused.
see this illustration, this beautiful illustration that Nikolai did, and you feel your blood go cold from how intimidating this priestess is.
I'm going to take a few steps away from Scabbard to try to get out of the aura of confusion.
Roll it back up. I'm doing this motion.
So
Here you go.
I'll take it back. So that priestess said in the softest whisper, "I bless you with this," after she gracefully waltzed out of the campfire to appear in front of me. She somehow summoned
Natural 20s on
a
religion.
spectral,
You're fun.
felt completely real and solid version of my mom.
Fucking what?
Mongo's instantly awake.
My mom was legitimately in front of me in a spectral form. I was able to ask her questions with no consequences. I was able to speak to her.
Yeah. It
Um,
wasn't a god playing tricks because she actually got answers.
she told me that her and Dad are proud of me and the path that I'm taking, but my dad's words is I need to curb my temper and use it more so as battle tactics and use it to my advantage rather than lashing out.
Well, whoever's on the receiving end is going to be fucked.
And I asked my mom before she departed if she had any information from one of your parents to give to you. And your father is proud of the footsteps you're taking.
Hell of a thing to wake up to.
It's not as your mom. And apparently your dad was a bartender. So, you learn the drinks from your dad. It's genetic.
I fully believe her story because on the day of the wedding, I saw mother and father there. So it's not outside of the norm to me, at least.
So,
Poor Mongo's over there like, when's it gonna fucking happen to me?
Yeah.
So while-
Nicholas, what is this going to happen for me?
So that may very well also tell us that while our parents may not be here physically, there's still ways we can actually speak to them.
They're
Maybe-
still there in spirit.
Maybe once we get done with this, we can talk to Ozling and we might actually be able to, at least if we get paid enough, at least get someone to get us to where we can, like, speak to at least one of our parents.
Perhaps a very powerful cleric or wizard. Maybe.
It'd be something
Great
to
stylist.
it'd be something to look into.
Hongo. We all know our parents' names, and I heard there's power in names. Like that one kobold told us not to use our real names. Like it's important somehow. Is there anything in your studies that knowing someone's name
Is this something
is
I would
important?
know about?
Being with the tieflings, you don't even have to roll for this one. You've learned that specifically with tieflings, infernals, and devils, that they will actually and fae, certain evil fae.
Actually, I would kind of know that, considering Fae are my favorite enemy.
That those sort of things will actually use your name to manipulate you and take control over you.
There are many things.
And you would know that as a fae too.
There are many things taken into account when it comes to names. Names hold a lot of great weight and power,
Yeah, I know.
especially among more fiendish beings and things related to the Fae. Especially devils and Fae.
But yeah, I understood that. But he's now actually studied and getting really good at magic, wizardry stuff. I was wondering if you came across anything where, like, if we know someone's name, we can somehow reach out to them through Arcana.
You can, but I would be very careful in terms of who we speak to for such things. Like I said, names hold a lot of power, and powerful names can actually be manipulated and used against you.
Thank you, Mongo, for answering my question.
I'm sorry.
You're still answering the question I already told I knew about. I'm asking the wizard about wizard stuff with regards to names.
That's my bad.
Arcana!
That's my bad. Get the fuck off my
So how much would Mongo know about?
Not as much as anybody that's like religious or anything. You've heard from like throughout the school that, oh, never make a deal with a double, especially using your own name or things like that.
Well, knowing the name can help, but I mean, right spell, anything's fucking possible.
Hmm.
But from what my mom told me is that our parents are watching us from beyond. They're always watching us.
No, hopefully not always.
So all our parents are dead?
She didn't specify.
She did not specify.
It kind of like comes with using the word beyond, I guess. But I guess they could be in a different plane.
Yep.
So
Who knows? They may all still be here. They may just not be here.
Yeah, well, if I
If
can
that
find my
makes sense.
grandfather, he might be able to help with the whole rage as a weapon thing. What?
Find your grandfather might be able to deal with the whole rage as a weapon thing.
Yeah.
What?
Apparently, my grandfather, on my mom's side, kind of like your dad. But also studied what I do, and I'm not quite sure how that works. God, that'd be a fun build to try to figure out.
Barbarian wizard, huh?
Fuck yeah, dude. I'm all for this, dude. Outside of
Runs
the
out of
I'm
spell.
dying to play a fucking barbarian.
Oh
Running
my
out of spells.
God, I can just see that.
Never runs out of spells. He always has cast fist.
All right, I'm gonna cast enlarge on myself, mage armor, and I'm gonna rage.
And now that I'm out of
Okay,
spells,
not
I'm
to be
going
the
to cast
ruler
fist.
douche, but once you rage, then the enlarge would go away because you can't concentrate in rage.
Yeah.
And enlarge is a concentration spell.
Yeah.
I mean, you could take Warcaster, and then you can concentrate on that.
That might be it.
You could. So
Unless you figure out a loophole, cast it through your familiar, so your familiar is technically casting it on you. Then you rage, and then you're safe.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, little buddy, I need you to do me a favor. Make me angry and big. Bard, cast color spray on me. Make me green. Inaudible Munchkin Tabaxi sounds.
gotta make sure the pants are purple, though.
But he's in war pants.
We're spandex now.
Could be a purple.
Make
pill.
friends with
There
this.
you go.
What? Spandex.
Who's your best friend? No, spandex is.
It's pretty great.
Could you, like, imagine how terrifying it would be if you put a fucking beholder or an aboleth in spandex?
That would be odd.
Does this make me look bulgy?
That is not where I thought that sentence was going to go. Like, can you imagine a beholder barbarian?
Well, imagine fighting a beholder that's wearing a cup and that's just constantly in your face during combat.
No.
And they're wearing a bowler hat.
Hi, cheesy.
No.
You got the reference.
I did.
Are you
No.
comfy, cheesy cat?
It's a deep cut reference.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
This ticket.
Speaks with the British accent.
Alright, you.
I'm missing something. You're gonna have to explain it.
Oh yeah, I'll explain it later. So, yeah.
I am going to take the birds to get breakfast.
They are happy to go help get breakfast.
I
Well,
will
we-
try to make.
Actually, you
breakfast.
guys
We have lots of meat.
Yeah, you do have
Oh
lots
yeah,
of meat.
that's right. We do have lots of meat.
Yeah.
Da 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 da.
Probably plenty of stew left over that's just been being kept
Oh
warm by
my
the
god, I
fire.
just thought of something terrifying. Pretty sure your dad had like a belt of storm giant strength.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, wasn't it mentioned by Sir Mir that basically the Stormhoof clan descended from one of the prime clans, which were basically offspring of storm giants?
Yeah.
So that's what happens when a storm giant boinks a horse.
That was it.
I mean, it could be the whole Zeus theory.
Boinks
playing
a
out.
dire horse. Because that would be the only way that would make sense.
Oh my god, a tiefling and a nightmare centaur.
Oh god.
I just saw you turn a little bit more white.
Sounds terrifying.
Not gonna lie, an infernal centaur would be pretty cool.
So, begin having breakfast. You can. Who's cooking? Okay, get on it, bud. Roll them dice.
Again.
I'll be helping it like cut the pieces of meat if he needs them like cut smaller or whatever.
I'll just look around the area and make sure we're safe.
Yeah, you walk the perimeter. Roll perception.
Put out the
18.
lanterns.
18? Yeah. He's essentially making ghost deer bacon and eggs.
Where the
Awesome.
fuck did we get the eggs from?
21.
I'm gonna regret asking that question.
The birds are death staring at you. I'm just kidding.
Like they wouldn't eat their own.
And we got
21.
provisions, and eggs are one of those things.
What
can
was
keep
that?
For a
21.
long time.
21?
Especially
You
in
walk
very
the perimeter,
cool
Scav,
environments.
and you're just like, you get to the perimeter and you walk around and you keep testing it here and there. This sacred ground is 30 feet from the campfire in all directions.
Oh shit.
Nice.
That's a very safe area.
Like anything fungal in this area has been disintegrated instantly by the blessing.
Evil fungal, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we know what this
Fuse is still there, right?
The one that visited her.
We never found out his alignment.
Only she knows. I think I've sent that info to you, her name. If not, I can send it again.
I believe you did. I don't know if you sent it on Discord or Telegram. I'll have to look through the messages.
Yeah.
I would send it again so I could put it in my saved messages though, just in case I can't find it.
Proof that in D&D, any hunted critter can give chefs bacon.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
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 It's just a D&D thing.
Pocket bacon. Bacon in a cup. Bacon sandwich.
Bacon in a
Thinkable
leather
bacon.
satchel. From the same creature.
Fistful of bacon?
Candied bacon.
That would be good.
Yeah.
No.
And one
lie.
of my coworkers at the day job did actually mention something that might be kind of good bacon-wise. Everything.
God, we all jumped at that one.
Are you alright, Mongo?
I'm a little too close to the fire.
Anyway, now that we're all awake again. As you were saying.
Use the everything seasoning. So like the everything bagel seasoning,
Yeah, that
put
could be
that
good.
on bacon.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
That could be good, yeah.
That would probably be very damn good, actually.
I've actually saw something that's just pure death food. Except for you, you're used to it because you're from the south. It was deep fried bacon in pancake batter, drizzled with chocolate syrup and sprinkled with sea salt.
That's a bit extra.
That could either be really good or way fucking overboard.
So, when we deep fried,
When
we
we
actually did do deep fried bacon, but we deep fried it in cornmeal, and we drizzled it in caramel, but it was sea salt caramel.
Mm.
That's what we made. Little different.
Hey,
Cheddar.
cheddar.
Kind of want bacon right now.
Or a really nice BLT.
Fuck yeah. Minus the
It's just so hard to find because
I prefer a blah.
a lot of people think that a BLT is like this is a little thin layer of bacon. It's like, no, it needs to be like that thick.
But yeah, I definitely prefer a blah.
Yeah, because you don't like tomatoes.
Bacon, lettuce, avocado. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. Adds a nice creaminess to it.
He just took Chowder's seat.
He really fucking did. Hi. Hello. You are stressed right now, Kat. Are you having an episode? Because your eyes are like little saucers. Yes, they are.
I mean, he did just walk into Cheddar going through the door.
I like it.
Oh, a certain orange fluff ball's not gonna like that.
a BCC. Bacon, cucumber, and cream cheese.
Ooh, that's really
That
good.
could be
too.
tasty, yeah.
It's like the outside
So.
sandwich I used to eat.
Breakfast has been made and had by everybody.
No,
Every time Mongo, you go take a bite, one of the birds steals it.
no, no.
Get up and move.
The birds follow you, and you see this happening.
I'm gonna stare daggers at them.
They look over at you and they give you this look like, but
I will take you two hunting. How does that sound?
Did they want me to make them more?
you know their logic. It's easy. It's better. Stolen food tastes better.
Yes, I know.
They
Someone I know
they
took the
believe
perfect piece of
stolen
bacon
food
from me
tastes
once.
better. So they're trying to steal your food because they believe it tastes better.
And as you look back at your hand, your entire like little meal that you had made is gone, and Boo has it hanging out of their mouth.
Gonna go make myself some more and contemplate why the fuck the feathered ones don't like me.
Cayenne, you could probably explain to Mongo that they do like him, that they're doing it out of friendship.
They do. They steal your food because they love you. Actually, it's very odd and it makes no sense. It makes no sense to me. But it's their bird logic.
So they don't try to steal Scav's food. He gets to eat in peace. They don't like him?
No, I've seen them steal food from him before too.
They have.
And are you sitting in your machine eating, or are you sitting by the fire?
Is it a cold morning?
It's a bit chilly.
Is the fire still going well?
It's okay.
Yeah, it'd probably be warmer by the fire.
Yeah.
So close to the fire.
Yeah, you're sitting there and you're just like enjoying food and probably working
Working
on
on my
notes.
puzzle box, yeah.
When the red comes over to you and looks down at you,
Hey, buddy. What's up? What?
tilts its head, looks at you,
And Red's being weird.
and you hear that familiar sound. Suddenly, there's just this shower of downpour of bird goo onto you as a baby birds you.
Why? oh, it's everywhere. Why did Red do this to me? Go away.
As you're doing that, you're flipping it, and it's sizzling on the fire. And it smells even worse when it's sizzling.
Try prestidigitation.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's going to do it because he does it. He's just shocked right now. So yeah, he's doing prestidigitation without butt wiggling.
Roll it.
Hey, natural 20. And it's like, just get this off of me. Ah!
As you sit there and you got a natural 20,
Uh-huh.
you touch the grass you're next to and it just bursts into flames. then you take a step and another little burst of flame comes from your foot. Take another step, another burst of flame.
What's going on?
Every time he takes a step, it's just bursting into flames.
Am I on fire?
Yeah, you just see him leaving this trail of fire and it's starting to spread a little bit.
See mouse.
Pretty great, actually.
Am I on fire?
For the next minute, any flammable object you touch that is not being warned will catch on fire.
Ah! I didn't guess. Oh shit! That wild magic shit. Crap.
Every time he takes a step, little mouse-sized footprints of fire appear.
I'm just gonna stand right here. How long is this gonna last? I'm afraid you know how long this stuff lasts.
Now that Nikolai has had his morning mental meltdown,
Player to DM, if he were to be sat in his machine, would it catch anything on fire?
yes, because he's not wearing it.
Okay. Because I had an idea.
Ace could probably pick me up. Metal doesn't really catch on fire.
He's just standing there, and there's just this, like all these little flame.
What happens if we throw water on it?
That's not. Reach down, touch the ground.
It just
Wait a minute. Try again. Crap! Ace, do you want to pick me up? Maybe take off your jacket? Or your hat? Yeah, your hat. He just has a hat right now.
Ace comes over and just
Is he on fire?
no,
Okay. Alrighty. I'm not going to catch anything else on fire for a while.
and Ace just stands there like,
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
he's basically Donkey Konging you
Yeah.
or King Konging you.
I can see that, yeah.
So he's gonna climb a tower and get chased by biplanes?
Gnomes and little airplanes. You come back over and you see this peculiar sight.
What's happening now?
I'm catching shit on fire, apparently.
Well, stop it.
I wish I could.
If he touches anything he's not wearing, it catches
Come
on
on.
fire.
Come here. Come here.
No. By the way,
Ace, will you let Nikolai touch a finger to the ground to show Scav what I mean?
Ace grabs you and just pushes you into the ground and catches on fire and picks you up.
Yeah, everything I touch catches on fire.
And there's a
That's
Nikolai-shaped
flammable.
you know,
burning spot.
that might actually be useful in a weird way.
In a very weird way, yes.
Ace reaches out, touches him to a tree, and the tree catches on fire.
No, don't do that.
Pat it out.
Ace, just don't touch me with anything flammable.
Ace, I only meant for you to let him touch his finger to the ground. I didn't mean for you to touch him to everything and catch it on fire.
Be careful.
Stop.
Oh, good. Ace is a pyro, too.
I do have to say that this area, for about a good 30 feet out in all directions, is actually blessed.
Jeez.
Cheddar.
Psst. And you see, you out of the corner of your eye, you see Fuse walking over towards Nikolai, holding up the stick. And you see him coming towards you.
Lift me up higher, Ace. Keep me away from
Ace
Fuse.
holds you up. It's like, okay. So,
Fuse, no, don't do this.
so I'm sure you guys are gonna tidy up camp and head out.
Well, not me. Catching everything on fire.
But he lets you know within 30 feet, everything is sacred.
Nice.
So, we should gather some of the dirt.
I don't know if it works that way.
We
Oh,
can
you
find
can
out.
try.
Well, I'm not going to try. I'll catch it on fire. You try it.
Worth a shot. I
Now,
will-
wait. If all the ground is holy and he's catching it on fire, does that mean he's gone unholy?
I don't know.
Are you a fucking demon now?
I don't know. I
I'm
don't
gonna
feel any
scoop some
different.
of the soil up into
I-
the vial.
Okay.
I think I've heard some stories of some powerful druids being able to move like areas of land, but I don't know if that's how that works.
Yeah, gather some dirt, take it out of the sanctuary area, and test it. See if it's still holy.
You have a pound of dirt.
I'm gonna jump it!
I've got dirt, I've got dirt, I've got dirt, and that's what's inside it.
So, you guys pack up your things.
Just like
Experiences have
occasionally
been
touching
had.
the ground.
After a while, it stops.
Oh, okay. Okay, it stopped. Okay, you can let me go, Ace. I
Drops
can
you on the
help
ground.
everybody.
1 pound of holy soil.
So
Possibly holy soil.
Possibly holy
go
soil.
see if it's holy. Go outside of the circle.
Hey, let me finish.
Okay.
So you gather up everything, disperse the campsite, probably put a marker here to be like, this is holy ground. If we need to retreat from something, this is a good spot to go.
This is where we go.
But you reference the map,
Yes.
and you start to head back out. Deeper into the forest you go, and it's getting really eerie. Even the air is getting cooler. That weird coolness of mushroom presence.
Does that soil still seem to be holy after this travel time?
We'll find out because we're stopping for the night. And that's where we're going to call it for the night.
That's awesome.
Crazy experiences today. We want to thank everybody for tuning in and
Heck yeah.
watching and enjoying the show with us.
And coming up with the name Galactopus.
Yep, there needs to be art of that.
It's brilliant.
Yeah,
Yes.
we need to see Galactopus.
I'm
And
picturing him having like a cigar, but somehow it's lit underwater.
even my mom knows the name Galactopus now.
Yeah, yeah. She told her mom the name of the Galactopus.
Yeah, sounds about right.
So we want to thank everybody for tuning in,
Definitely.
watching with us, sharing your comments with us that we can share on the air because they're great to share. We really like the interactions and sharing things, and
Heck yeah.
some of the comments are just like, we can't top that. And we hope you have a safe week. We hope you enjoy. Be merry. Stay warm because it's starting to cool down a lot.
Unless you're on the south side of the planet.
Yeah.
And stay
Yeah.
cool.
Have a good night, everybody.
Have a good night, everybody.
Don't forget to share with everybody.